Hey guys, tonight we step aboard a lean Bronze Age longship and feel the world shrink to a bench, an oar, and the breath that links your ribs to the sea's pulse. You slide your feet forward, tilt your knees apart to make room for the loom of the oar, and, surprise, your ankles nudge a cold iron loop. You swallow. You're going to row. A lot. Also, minor spoiler, your shoulders will complain before the sun is even interesting. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you're awake with me right now, tell me in the comments what city you're in and what time it is on your clock. I love seeing the map of night bloom under these stories. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You scoot your hips forward on the plank. The bench is polished by other people's seasons. Oil from skin, salt from spray, resin rubbed by bored hands during windless waits. It is not comfortable, but it is honest. Your toes test the floorboard under the iron loop, then your ankles slip beneath it, not so much shackled as guided. Is it actually a chain? The iron is there, cool against bone. You are not sure if this is restraint or just a way to keep your legs braced when the hull jumps. Historians are still debating whether Greek rowers were literally chained, or if poetry made iron out of discipline, turning a humble footbrace into drama. You try not to overthink it. The ship breathes. You do too. Ahead of you, the keelist, the caller, stands like a metronome with a beard. He doesn't shout yet. He hums, just to test his own lungs, and taps his foot against the central beam. A double pipe player warms up. A hiss of reed. A thin silver thread of sound that promises a beat. You watch the piper's cheeks balloon and flatten, learning the cycle you will soon marry. The breath in on the slide, the breath out on the drive. That tidy space where throat and wood and water agree. If you have ever tried to row on a lake with friends, you know how quickly chaos arrives. Now imagine 50 human metronomes hunting a chorus as gulls heckle your form. That's why the piper exists. That's why the caller has a stick. You plant the blade. Well, first, you learn to feather it, turning the or so wind skips past instead of slapping it like a rude cousin. The thole pins creak at your side, two wooden teeth that bite the oar and keep it from wandering. Your fingers test the loom for a sweet spot. Not too close to the handle, not too far out along the shaft. You angle your wrists. The oar's grain whispers back. The smell is old boat. Pine sap, tar, old rope, a little immortal fish. You tell yourself that salt cures everything, including your fear. The Kybernetes, the helmsman, gives you his back and his trust. He stands near the twin steering oars lashed to starboard, each a big paddle with a mind of its own. That side is literally the steerboard, the origin of the stubborn word, starboard. You make a mental note to drop that fact later at a feast, ideally before people get into the louder songs. Forward at the bow, the Proteus keeps watch, knees bent, brow set, scanning the gray-green skin of the sea for logs, rocks, and the grudges of gods. The space between those roles, caller, piper, helmsman, lookout, is where you will live one pull at a time. A mainstream anchor for your brain. The ship under you is likely a pentaconter, a long, narrow hull with a single bank of oars, 25 aside. Some insist Odysseus boats were smaller or larger. Homer sometimes talks like a poet who loves numbers mostly for their rhythm. The mast steps into a solid block in the keel, and the square sail is furled today, tied into a tidy package so it won't gossip in the wind while the crew rows. You will earn the right to see it bloom, cloth squared, yard creaking, lines singing. But not yet. Today is for the benches. Today is for the chain, the pins, the breath. And anyway, scholars still argue about whether those early Homeric ships matched later classical models, and whether the poetry remembers a Bronze Age reality or an Iron Age reimagining. Historians are still debating this question. You lean forward as the caller finally lifts his stick. Tap, 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 tap. The aulos settles into a tone that feels like the heartbeat of a hive. Ready. The word is a shape in the air, not a shout. The men around you, your benchmates, exhale together, and you feel the hull listen. Your shins press the iron. Your spine wakes. The blade drops, you draw, and the ship moves like a horse that loves you. You learn quickly that rowing is not about arms. Your legs drive first, then your hips, then your back, and only at the end do your arms claim a little victory by finishing the pull. You keep the path smooth so the blade doesn't dig or chatter. The feather and drop becomes a prayer. The collar's stick traces the timing overhead, switching hands like a fig seller relabeling the price. The oddest thing about the first minutes is how your vision narrows. You stop seeing waves individually. You start seeing the sea as a field of breathing. There is a little knock when your blade meets the water at the catch, and then the soft hush of the drive, and then the slick secret of the release when the blade comes up and you twist your wrists, feather, and slide forward again. You are a hinge. You are a bellows. You are not yet a poet, but you are learning poetry. A cold fact to keep you grounded. The stroke rate on such ships is not sprint speed all day. You would burn out by noon and be very decorative but useless by sunset. The collar meters effort. Long pulls for distance, short angry bursts for harbor entries. A joking middle gear when morale needs a song. Yes, songs rowers sing. A steady call and response sits perfectly inside that breath per stroke window, where vowels ride the exhale and consonants serve as sharp little drum beats. You add your voice on the easy verses because you can feel the crew want the shape of words as much as the thrust of wood. Obscure tip. Somebody passes you a small lump of resin. It is not for incense. Chew, your benchmate says, like he's offering roasted olives. You chew. The pine taste is second cousin to medicine. Your mouth floods, then calms. Then the resin softens your jaw and settles your stomach. It's also for grip. Smear on your palms lightly, and you won't invent a new blister every 50 beats. Welcome to the unofficial pharmacology of the sea. Resin for hands, diluted wine for morale, salted figs for quick sugar, and wool wraps dipped in brine to tie over hot spots on the oar where the grain bites back. You sneak a glance up the hull. Between ribs, the planks are lashed and pegged, stitched together with cunning joints, then pitched with a dark shine that keeps the sea where it belongs. The seams gleam like night rivers. Bronze nails show here and there like freckles. You feel the boat flex across your thighs. It is not a rigid floor, and that is the point. A stiff boat jars. A living boat flows. You learn where to put your weight so your hips ride the rhythm instead of fighting it. The caller raps his stick twice, and the piper modulates. You obey. The oars bite deeper. The boat leans into speed. If you could look from the shore, you'd see a neat procession of blades flashing, dipping, flashing again, every second or two with spray like torn paper. From inside the rhythm, you don't see neatness. You feel togetherness. When you err, and you will hear it because your blade will slap or your handle will kick and your benchmate's knuckles will get a love tap. Sorry, you say. He nods like he's been new before. A mainstream history note for the inbox of your mind. Later Greek navies built triremes with 3 tiers of oarsmen, a marvel of crowded cleverness that lets states project power across the Aegean. But here in Odysseus' world, your single bank is less about empire and more about reach, coasts, islands, quick landings, quick exits. You can nose onto a beach, hop out with spears and jars, and be gone before a local council finishes its first angry sentence. That flexibility is tactical gold. You feel it in the way the hull accelerates when the caller asks for 10 hard strokes, and in the way the helmsman can pivot on the steering oars as if he were turning a thought. You settle into the habit of small checks. Heel just wide enough that your knees don't bruise your neighbor. Wrists easy, not locked. Chin floating over sternum so your neck doesn't turn into a marble column by midday. Breath falls into the oar's music. Time begins to fold. The sun climbs a handspan up the sky, then another. The shore slides left as if it were shy. Your benchmate tells you about a boat he once saw with padded seats, padded with woven reeds. You both laugh like that's a myth more generous than any god. Still, people did improvise comfort. An extra tunic folded beneath you, or a square of felt. Nobody writes poems about a cushion. You silently would if you had one. The caller cuts you a brief mercy. Drink. Blades rise together, feather, and rest. The ship coasts on its own hunger for forward. You reach for the skin of diluted wine. It is a cold comfort, the kind that takes the iron taste out of your mouth and returns it to the loop around your ankles. You stretch your toes inside the brace. Steadies you, keeps your slide honest. You decide that today the iron is not a chain. It is a promise you make to your legs not to skitter when the sea bumps you sideways. Whether other ships literally locked people to benches is the sort of detail that poets love to embroider. You are not a poet. You are here. The iron greets your bones. That is enough truth for one morning. Set. The caller's stick becomes a wand. The piper trills, and you pick up the oar again, palms stinging in the most educational way. You push. The boat likes you for it. The bow cleaves the skin of the water and shows you the grain of the sea, which is not smooth but braided, little dragons chasing each other in sun. You whisper to your blade. The blade listens. Because you are you, and you like facts to hold while the mind floats, you count. You try 100 strokes, then another set, then you lose the thread because someone starts a joke about a fisherman who fell in love with his own net and you get the giggles. Laughter while rowing is a minor skill. You learn to laugh with your shoulders, not your stomach, because your stomach is working and it wants a raise. You are unexpectedly happy. Fatigue floats just behind the curtain of your ribs, but the chorus keeps it backstage. The helmsman raises a hand, 2 fingers. You know the signal means a small course change. The lookout saw something, a gloss of rock under the green, maybe, or a drifting log that only wants to meet a hull one time. The steering oars lean. The boat answers. You shift your pull half a breath later than the starboard side so the bow slides past the trouble. Teamwork isn't glamorous, but it is magic when it works. Later at the fire someone will brag about a single heroic act. Here on the bench your heroism is anonymous, and that humility tastes like clean water. A debated question returns while you work. Were there drummers or just flutes? Some say the aulos was the thing. Others argue that a drum on deck kept a truer beat in wind. Your ears vote for both, depending on the day, but historians are still debating this, and also whether the caller's staff was ceremonial or strictly for timing and pointing. You test your own internal metronome by closing your eyes for 5 strokes, and nearly pick your neighbor's ear with the handle so you decide you like the piper after all. A gull floats at your shoulder and judges you. It makes a sound like a wine jug complaining about taxes. You pledge privately to outrow the gull and leave it to its accounting. The shoreline loosens into low hills, a smear of olive and stone. Somewhere men are arguing about olive presses and dowries. Here, men are quietly agreeing to breathe at the same time. Civilization looks complicated from land. From water, civilization is timing. Another obscure tidbit taps your shoulder. One of the older oarsmen wraps his hands with thin wool strips, then sprinkles brine on them. He claims the salt tightens the fibers and makes a smoother interface with the loom so you can pinch without hot spots. You try it on your left palm and feel, well, fancy, like you've just discovered skin armor. It's a small technology in a world of big myths, but it keeps your blood inside and your grip faithful. You decide wool salt wraps belongs in the box of knowledge you'll never admit you treasure. Midday arrives not with trumpets but with the piper taking a longer breath and the caller nodding toward a faint headland. You keep moving. The sail is still furled. There is wind, but it is a sulky side wind that would push the nose offline and make the helmsman mutter. You row because you can. There's a satisfaction to it that just might be why the gods put shoulders on people. The caller begins a work song that leans into a proverb. A straight stroke makes a straight road. It is not exactly catchy, but it's correct, and your muscles like correct right now. Let a big, useful knowledge point roll through you while the rhythm takes care of itself. The Longship's design lets the crew beach bow on, hop ashore, and hold the hull with stakes and lines while the tide fusses around your ankles. That's why the keel is shallow and the ends are proud, so the boat can kiss sand without biting it. You've probably noticed how close you sit to the water. It's not a mistake. Low freeboard means the oar looms can be fair and long, and also means you get intimately misted by the sea. Think of it as a spa you didn't book. And yes, a shallow hull is less stable in open chop, which is why your bench learns to sway with the slap instead of stiffening. Your body is part of the ballast. Where does the food live on a ship this skinny? Everywhere and nowhere. Jars of barley and dried fish nest between ribs, lashed so they don't play dice during beam seas. Water skins hide under benches like shy dogs. Oil jars, careful with those. Wear cork stoppers wrapped in wax linen because nobody wants a floor that eats you alive. Cold, practical truth. Rations are measured. Someone with a seal and a suspicious glare keeps track. And yes, there's a trick for fruit. Odysseus swears it. Stored in jars smeared with beeswax and lined with leaves. It won't stay perfect, but it won't go odd quite as fast either, which is all a sailor asks of fruit. The first blister makes its introduction. You pretend it isn't there. Pretending is an art. You redistribute your grip, shrug your shoulder half a grain lower, and the pain becomes a fact among other facts, like the taste of salt and the sigh of the Aulos. The bench under you hums in your bones. The iron at your ankles is almost warm now, and you have decided, quietly and finally, that you will call it a brace. Chains belong in the speech of kings and poets. Braces belong to people who work. Either way, the iron keeps your slide true, and that is mercy. Afternoon light turns everything into laid gold. The sea stops trying to tell jokes and listens. The caller sets a steady cadence that tastes like endurance. You become, briefly, a diagram in a lost manual. Spine long, knees soft, heels steady, arms easy, eyes half-lidded, breath like a tide inside your chest. The manual probably had a little drawing of a gull looking impressed. Yours does now. Another debated thread tugs at the hem of thought. Were there permanent footstools or removable braces? Some clay shards show holes that might be for pegs. Some scholars say ahas, and others say or maybe for lashing amphory. You look down at the iron and the plank, at the way your toes curl to add a whisper of leverage, and declare that function is the only god you answer to on this bench. Let the symposium decide. You have strokes to make. The helmsman calls for a turn that smells like home, even if home is a moving thing right now. You and the starboard crew give half pulls while port digs hungry. The boat bows to the left and takes a new line. A pair of dolphins appear like two punctuation marks, commas in a sentence you are enjoying. The lookout pretends this happens every day. You pretend you believe him. Evening does its quiet magic, dampening edges and making the sea a softer room. The caller gives you a last set, 20 long, 20 strong. And you feel the crew gather itself like a rope being coiled. On the last stroke you recover slow, let the blade drip candled water, and rest it flat on the thole pins. Silence isn't nothing. It's made of the sounds that stopped. Your shoulders, your breath, the careful absence of the piper's reed. The boat coasts with the sigh of a creature that earned its sleep. You wipe your palms with a scrap of wool. The first stars light up as if someone poked neat holes in a dark jar. The helmsman glances at them the way people glance at old teachers. Fondly, with the knowledge that the lesson never ends. You are told where to set the oar for the night, how to lash it so it won't tap a steady irritant against the hull, because small noises become large at midnight. You nod. You will not be the reason a deckhand invents a new curse. Before the dark swallows detail one last practical thing. You tuck your sandals under the bench but loop a thong around your wrist. If they slide into the bilge at night, you will spend tomorrow inventing regrettable footwear out of rope. Also, a tiny trick. Rub a thumb of oil across the pin where your loom rides, then wipe it off. The oil you leave is more like a story than a puddle. It makes tomorrow's first pull feel like forgiveness. You lie back against the gunwale, not quite asleep, listening to the sea talk. It doesn't gossip like gulls. It murmurs. You rehearse the day's victories. The clean catches. The time you matched your benchmates so perfectly the handles kissed without bruising. The way the hull seemed to rise under you when the crew's breath knitted into one long ribbon. You remember the iron and decide, again, that it is helpful. And somewhere slightly outside yourself, you keep one ear on the caller's breathing in case he hums the set for morning. You are, without ceremony, an oarsman among oarsmen. The heroes will do their speeches. You will do your strokes. Sleep is the only arrangement that pays both parties on time. Mainstream knowledge to carry into dreams. Greeks named winds like they named friends and enemies, Boreas, Notus, Zephyrus, Eurus, and they knew their moods. A sudden boreal slap can take a square sail and turn it into a bragging flag if the sheet hand isn't awake. That's why oars matter even when there is wind. Control beats speed when rocks have opinions. An odd little fact to tuck under your pillow. Some crews kept a clay whistle for the lookout, not just to signal rocks but to scare off curious seals in harbors at night. Does it work? Keeps the lookout amused, which is half the battle. And a final scholarly itch to scratch. The year of the hull, the layout of the benches, the number of hands, it all blurs between bronze and iron in the poem. Historians are still debating how much of this deck belongs to memory and how much to imagination. You breathe out. The sea breathes in. Agreement achieved. For now, your world is simple. An oar, a bench, a brace, a beat. The caller's stick sleeps. The piper's reeds dry. The helmsman watches the sky draw slow letters no one will read aloud. You fold your day into the shape of rest and let the boat hold you like a long, quiet sentence. Smoke loosens from the city like tired ribbons, and the longship noses away while embers stitch small red freckles along the shore's dark. Oars lift and settle in a slow fan, catching water that yesterday felt like an exam and today begins to sound like a language you can pronounce without blushing. No speeches get thrown off the stern, no victory vows. The only ceremony is the caller's stick, tap, 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 and the piper's steady thread of breath that pulls your mind into alignment. Oars write the first honest sentences of the morning. Curved lines across the sea, punctuated by catches and clean releases. Inboard and outboard lengths bargain with your muscles. Leverage is politics you do with wood. Too long a reach and your shoulders file complaints. Too little and the boat asks where the power went. The thole pins bite and forgive in turn, and the rap at the bearing point behaves like diplomacy between stubborn cousins. Palms complain because they remember yesterday too clearly. Blisters rise like moons and then flatten under persuasion. A smart sailor doesn't wait for them to tell stories, just adjusts the grip, lifts the chin, and keeps the rhythm honest. Salt stings the first minute, then elects to help. It is the world's stern antiseptic and the sea's way of signing your permission slip for the day. Breath finds its groove out on the drive, in on the slide, and the bench under you stops being a plank and starts being part of your skeleton. Resin earns its little legend. A lump goes hand to hand, pine bright, sticky like the tree itself is patting you on the back. Chewed, it sweetens the jaw and calms the stomach. Smeared thin across the palm, it turns the loom from rub to handshake. Beeswax shares the pouch. Sealer of jars, quiet friend of small wounds, polite negotiator at the thole. Too much and you'll glue yourself to your mistakes. Too little and the oar becomes a rumor that spreads blisters. Orders travel without drama. Too light port. Hold the feather. Easy on starboard. The Kybernetes prizes a narrow escape lane out of the smoky roadstead. The kind that keeps jars upright and tempers civil. The Aulos doesn't care about scenery. It cares about breath. Notes drop neatly into the crease between catch and drive, and the crew hums along in the language of impulse and restraint. Beneath the planks the keel hums, more cat than drum. Flex is talent, not flaw. Mortise met tenon, lashings married planks, and pitch settled disputes. A hull made for conversation with water, not argument. Ribs arch like careful hands. When chop taps the quarter, your hips answer with a small left-right sway, and the ankle brace translates your intention straight to the oar. That iron loop you worried over yesterday now feels like punctuation. Necessary, unpretentious, and exactly where it belongs. Across the bay, the smoke thins to a violet smear and then a memory. The practical problem ahead is channel and current, not poetry. Call it Hellespont or Dardanelles, the strait has moods. Wind stacks against flow. Flow drapes slick ribbons that promise rest but charge interest. The helmsman sets a line that respects the grain, and you put your back behind the idea of leaving without tripping over your own wake. History leans in like a cousin at a festival, reminding you that Hizarlik holds layers the way a tree holds rings. There are burnt levels, proud walls, shards that remember hands. Which layer belongs to the famous war? The puzzle sits between spade and song, and historians are still debating this question. You row inside that argument as if inside a theater, part audience, part actor, not obliged to solve anything beyond the next feather. Sailors everywhere share the superstition that leaving a burned place deserves a gift of calm, as if the sea keeps ledgers. The sea keeps patterns instead. Today's pattern is a sidelong wind that eyes the square sail and says, "Not your turn." Mast unstepped, yard lashed, you pay in or money. A square sail adores a tailwind, tolerates a quartering push if the helmsman is a poet, and sulks like a cat in anything forward of the beam. Farther out, the old city becomes a fingernail on the sky and then nothing but an odor your memory invents. The caller tightens the cadence by a suspiciously cheerful thumb. The piper stops flirting with embellishments and gives you breath in block letters. On good days, the music becomes the oar. On the best days, the oar, the music, and your ribs sign the same treaty. Coins of effort clink into distance. Gulls clock out. New gulls clock in, unionized against your expectations. Currents slide under the keel until the boat knows them as well as you know the ache beneath your shoulder blade. Light catspaws mean gossip. Glassy seems mean business. Follow the right streak, just offset, just patient, and you cash an easy hour downstream. Ignore it and the straight collects a fee. Today the invoice is minor, payable in 10 tidy strokes and a promise not to act clever without proof. Numbers soothe the part of your mind that wants the world to show its work. Speed under oars? 3 knots when the gods are filing their nails. For when they're politely attentive. 5 if somebody said the word, supper. A long day at 3 is a legionary's march across water, which feels cosmically fair. Later centuries will build triremes to sprint. The hull under you is made to live, beach, launch, nose into coves, slip away before committees form. Discipline feels less like severity and more like mercy for the person you'll be at sunset. Straight wrists save tendons. Clean feathering saves shoulders. Breathing on the slide keeps small waves from promoting themselves to epics in your head. The caller sometimes says nothing for 100 strokes, letting the boat tutor the crew, and you sense confidence grow the way rope does, twist by twist until it's long enough to tie the day together. Someone notices the sea has changed clothes. Green to a deeper settle of blue, and the oars feel it first. On a shoal the catch is porridge. Off the bar it turns to silk. Depth gives cleaner pressure because flow is freer. The helmsman nods as though he invented physics, then pretends not to have heard himself be clever. A laugh travels aft like a bird that knows where it's going. Leather, rawhide, even thick linen wrapped where loom meets thole transforms complaint into conversation. Without the sleeve would gnaws wood and your patience. With it, the motion is handshake smooth. Pitch rubbed in seals threads and gifts a whisper of slide for feathering. If leather is scarce, you press old sandals into civil service. No one recycles harder than a crew that hates squeaks. Toward mid-morning the caller gifts a stack of 10s. 10 long, 10 quick, 10 easy. And the crew learns gear changes without mood swings. Power isn't rage. It's tidiness with a wider smile. Quick isn't panic. It's smaller strokes with an honest finish. Easy isn't laziness. It's respect for lungs that have to attend the entire performance, not just the chorus. Even the air edits itself as catastrophe thins behind you. Fish markets breathe. Olives exhale. Pastures propose the agreeable lie that land has fewer problems than sea. Along a strand, children chase foam because that's what childhood refuses not to do. And a responsible dog files a report about your presence without taking sides. The Longship keeps its line and pretends to be a traitor. Pretending is the grease that keeps human gears from squealing. Silence is a different kind of music on a boat. When the piper rests cheeks and the caller lowers the stick for a dozen breaths, the hull still moves as if an invisible baton floats above the beam. Quiet cadence isn't an aesthetic. It's a safety policy for fog, cliff echoes, and moments when gossip needs to behave. Practicing it now under a reasonable sky builds certainty for the day certainty matters. Navigation borrows from everywhere. Sky, smell, color, birds, taste of spray, shape of swell. Old hands watch the turns. New hands watch the old hands. Stars have names, but daylight uses humbler guides. A line of scum to mark converging flows, a puff quilt over warm land, a tilt in the chop that admits the sea just changed its handwriting. None of it is mystical. All of it is attention, the shipboard version of love. Kids on a cliff wave with both arms while a goat chews professionally and pretends to command the coast. Humor is ballast. Someone christens the goat Admiral and salutes. Someone else promises to paint Admiral Goat on the sail if the helmsman lets the mast up before noon. The helmsman answers in the ancient dialect of patience. We'll see. A square sail raised wrong is a legal dispute. Raised right? It's a party that cleans up after itself. Signs of the raid seep out of shoulders as distance does its quiet arithmetic. Movement metabolizes memory, not erasing, redistributing. The bench fills with reliable present tense facts. This breath, this feather, this small wrist adjustment that keeps the thole from trying to autograph your skin. A skin of watered wine whispers around the benches. Sip, not swig. And someone passes figs with the exaggerated generosity that says, I have exactly 3. Between headlands the sea funnels and the boat gets lively, hopping a little as if the keel found a joke. The caller lengthens the stroke to iron the energy flat. Long levers are peacemakers. The helmsman moves the steering oars in precise half-thoughts. The hull waggles like a dog that enjoys being understood. Boats love being handled well. It's their vanity, and it's our reward. Rhythm deepens into competence. A trance that doesn't float you away but drops you solidly into your body until your body becomes useful technology. Legs drive, hips hinge, back follows, arms finish. Feather, recover, slide. Catch, drive, release. This isn't sport, it's transport. The sea becomes a road you redraw each second. And the oar accepts pages and pages of your handwriting without grading, only inviting more. Practice looks like luck from the outside, which is why bystanders are terrible historians of seamanship. A neat harbor entry appears to be fortune. It's hundreds of clean feathers rehearsed when no one was watching. Dodging a drifting spar looks like blessing. It's the lookout counting quietly while pretending to be interesting company. The compliment you crave isn't praise but the absence of correction. No tap from the stick, no raised eyebrow from the stern. Another mainstream thread to pocket. Early Greek longships were likely aphracte, open above the gunwales. Later cataphracte designs carried more deck and protection. The distinction changes how spray treats you and where cargo hides. In an open hull, jars crouch between ribs and men crouch over jars when weather scowls. With more decking, catwalks exist and amphiry stop trying out for escape artistry. Scholars interpret fragmentary images and ship timbers as if they were gossip. Historians are still debating exact configurations, and you row cheerfully in the uncertainty. Meanwhile, the coast keeps offering advice. A river mouth stains the sea tea brown for a body length or 3. Reeds tremble. Birds write busy cursive. River outflow can mug a distracted helmsman, shoving the bow aside at exactly the wrong moment. Power on starboard brings the nose back. The boat slants into the push and then smooths forward like it meant the whole performance from the start. Under the press of afternoon, hunger shows up with friendly manners. Hard biscuits look like roof tiles and taste like discipline. They also last longer than most grudges if you keep them dry. Dried fish negotiates for water before it agrees to be dinner. A soak in a wide-mouthed jar and a kiss of oil win the case. Figs are the food that makes you forgive the other foods. Cuisine afloat respects travel, which is to say it respects patience. Nothing important in the dome above escapes the helmsman. A woolly smudge on the western line means the wind has ideas. A polished blue means the world has postponed opinions. Gulls that head inland predict a shift. Gulls that loiter predict boredom. The sun's arc tells time better than a bragging water clock, and the shadow laddering across your or tells distance better than any story about speed. Certain oddities keep minds pleasant while muscles do work. A catskin bag of river stones by the mast step gets 1 pebble placed for luck after a clean landing and removed when luck arrives. An economy of symbolism that costs nothing and buys smiles. A clay whistle hangs at the lookout's throat, blown to wake drowsy netmen in friendly coves. Do the charms help? Maybe not in a laboratory. On a bench, morale behaves like physics. Time creases when breath matches water. Afternoon turns into a piece of cloth folded and refolded into honest shapes. Peninsula, island, cove. The wake behind writes a long hyphen connecting smoke then to somewhere next, a sentence you will complete in installments. Words help but aren't required. Your body understands truthful days without translation. Questions migrate along the benches the way small rumors do when labor gives them rails. Was Troy a single war or a career of conflicts retold as one bright tragedy? Were there 1,000 ships or a number that simply clapped well in a singer's mouth? Did Mycenaean elites run logistics like generals or like influential neighbors with excellent memories? Historians are still debating this, and you remain comfortingly employed by the only part of the past you can touch, or angle, clean catch, respect for the thole. Details of technique sneak back as fatigue makes persuasive speeches. Hand overlap at the finish stays modest so knuckles avoid diplomacy by collision. Slide speed stays even so the hull doesn't buck. Catch angles stay consistent so the blade doesn't turn your tidy wake into confetti. Someone hums a harbor hymn the way a child hums before admitting bedtime, and the oar answers hum with hush. Shadows lengthen and jokes with them. Reports of padded benches grow baroque. One veteran swears he once rode on woven rush that felt like a blessing. Everyone else calls that a poem trying to get promoted to fact. Another sailor advocates chewing fennel stalks to keep cramps shy. Another tucks rosemary sprigs into his tunic to trick the mind into believing a kitchen exists. Placebo is the sea's most elegant medicine. Dusk finally persuades the helmsman to step the mast for the sheer joy of competence. Men shoulder the spar, set the foot, and heave the yard until lines sing readiness. The sail stays mostly furled, corners shy like a smile not yet sure of company. Under a whisper of cloth the oars lighten but do not vanish. Mixed propulsion is the boat's idea of jazz. Everyone relaxes two vertebrae, grateful and still doing the work. After a few more patient miles the coast offers a cove with a pebble lip, a fringe of tamarisk, and the oval promise of a stream. The lookout tastes the air, yes, literally, and calls it not unfriendly, which is the sailor's superlative. Anchors with simple dreams go over on lines that have seen things. The hull settles with a creak like a bed remembering youth. The caller trims cadence to 0 and the piper lets his reeds sleep. Sleep waits politely behind shores. Oars unship and lash. The mast dozes in its own lines. Amphorae get counted like beloved cousins at a noisy festival. Fire becomes a careful ember in a shielded pan because boats and flames only marry under strict supervision. Bread softens, fish surrenders. A sprig of mint arrives from an improbable pocket and convinces the bowl to pretend to be luxury. Sleepiness spreads like oil on calm water. Thin, shiny, undeniable. The iron brace around your ankles graduates from object to memory. A warm half-circle that weighs less now than it did at dawn. Shoulders announce tentative forgiveness for tomorrow if tomorrow behaves. Hands demand continued resin in return for continued loyalty. The sea offers no comment which you accept as agreement. Mainstream knowledge drifts to the edges as stars prick their appointed holes. The Etesian winds blow north to south across the Aegean in summer, benevolent or bossy depending on your heading. Square sails run before them like joyful kites, and sulk against them like stubborn mules. Coastal voyaging learns to court lee shores, to read cliff shadows, to treat promontories like people. Never surprise them, always leave gracefully. Obscure trivia volunteers as lullaby. Some crews tie tiny bells to stern lines to discover chafe before it becomes biography. The faintest jingle at night is a rumor worth investigating. Others smear lampblack on a leather strip to read breeze under starlight. The dew glints on the darker side. A practical astronomy trick you tell carefully so it doesn't escape into ridicule. A few swear apple slices prevent seasickness even when no apples have been aboard for weeks, which makes it a very affordable medicine. Debate keeps the last little corner of the fire bright. Were Homeric crews free citizens, hired hands, kin, or a rotating collage of all three? Evidence offers shy murmurs from earlier centuries and confident speeches from later ones. The gap between them is where poems live. Historians are still debating this, and so are men whose pay has come in coin, favor, and the uncomplicated currency of a full belly. The bench doesn't care what paid you. It only cares whether you keep the beat. Night rounds the cove like a careful hand around a bowl. The piper cleans reeds and tucks them into a pouch that used to smell of olives. The caller lays the stick beside him the way a farmer lays a hoe at sunset. Tool and friend. The helmsman checks the sky a last time like a door he knows he already locked. Pebbles click under small waves in a rhythm that suggests time even when you're not watching. Tomorrow will dress its questions as opportunities. Headland or open reach, rumor or chart, patience or appetite. But none of that attends the present. The only decision now is which side to lie on, so the tender place under your shoulder blade forgives you by dawn. Breath slows. The world shrinks to the radius of firelight and expands to the diameter of the stars. Both sizes somehow true. Lantern light catches the iron brace once more as you stretch. Not a chain but a reminder. This is the promise you keep with your legs. This is the simple engineering that lets your back write poems without words. Routine at sea is courage with better posture. A ship is a promise that movement matters. A bench is a vow to your own breath. The oar is an oath that the voyage keeps along with you. Finally, the cove quiets all the way down to the language of insects and small fish. Even jokes lie down. Pitch fades from sharp to friendly. Stars persuade the mind to drift by pretending to be destinations. You let them. Hands find a pillow made of posture and hope. The hull rocks a line-break lullaby, the kind you learned without trying. From somewhere in the scrub a goat coughs. Objectively hilarious. The evening's last punctuation. Soon enough the night will step aside and the benches will call your name through the piper's narrow silver voice. And the day will bargain with wind, current, and appetite all over again. For now the only smoke is memory, the only chain is sleep, and the only order is rest. Distance has done its civic duty. The Longship and your heartbeat keep watch together in the quiet arithmetic of earned fatigue. Dawn reaches the cove with that pale linen calm that always pretends to be neutral, and the crew pretends right back by moving through chores as if the day were only a list. Unlash oars, check sleeves at the thole, rub a touch of oil where the loom whispers, count jars, nod to the piper, nod to the caller, nod to the helmsman whose eyes already look a mile ahead. The wind minds its manners but not its ambition. It slicks down from the hills in small strokes, and the square sail stays shy while muscle speaks first. A point on the coast that yesterday was a rumor becomes a certainty. Low walls, a line of roofs, and the kind of harbor that looks like it was poured for longships. The name passes bench to bench with the easy authority of a headline. Ismarus, town of the Sicanies. Rowlocks greet the morning like seasoned hosts, and the hull hums in that contented register that means you and the boat agree about what forward is. Fatigue rides along, polite but persistent, offering reminders of Troy's smoke and yesterday's miles. You answer with breakfast and cadence. The caller chooses a patient set, all legs and breath, the kind that makes distance come toward you without feeling chased. Hands find their places on the loom, knuckles not too proud, wrists not too stiff. Iron at the ankles is warm now, a familiar punctuation mark on the sentence of your stance. Numbers, of course, try to occupy the mind because numbers are soothing when choices get noisy. The watch counted water skins and measured grain before sunrise. There is enough for today but not enough to be clever next week. A raid, call it a foraging visit if you prefer polite euphemisms. Where's the costume of practicality? Heroes in stories go ashore for glory. Crews in reality go ashore for calories. Fresh water is the real treasure, jars with tight stoppers the actual silver, and a sack of decent barley worth more than 3 speeches about honor. By the time the bows nudge the shore, the mood on the benches has braided 3 strands. Readiness, wishful thinking, and the thick rope of caution that hard lessons tend to twine. Odysseus, the captain whose stories will someday pay more rent than his pay, sends the glance everyone knows. In and out, no feasting, keep a watch on the dunes, no shouting invitations to trouble. You check the quiver of short javelins lashed near the bow, not because you plan to be a hero, but because heroes are loud and sometimes the quiet people have to help with the punctuation. Supplies always behave like a committee, and committees love to grow in the wrong direction. Shore parties move fast, 2s and 3s carrying skins and sacks, while a skeleton crew keeps the ship light on its feet. The helmsman angles the hull so the stern floats free enough for a quick push-off, and lines go ashore to stakes like polite handshakes with the land. You taste the air and call it friendly. You taste your own judgment and tell it to be quicker than your appetite. A narrow beach pebble sings under sandals. Farther up, fields turn into promises your knees can't cash if a horn sounds. Perspective comes preloaded with the epic version. The men sacked the city and divided the spoil. It is not wrong exactly, but the texture is missing. What your hands learn is weight. The heft of amphory that once sat in cellars and now argue about riding in a hull. The strain of dragging a live goat that absolutely disagrees with your narrative arc. The small, comic war of untangling rope from the feet of people who insist on stepping in it no matter how many times you ask them not to. One jar leaks in that sneaky way jars do, and a wrap of waxed linen solves the scandal. Someone finds a storage pit lined with pebbles and thinks about how much attention that took to build. You keep the attention, you take the barley. History hands you a mainstream footnote while your shoulders do errands. Homer's song will say the raid begins well but lingers too long, and the Sicanies from inland call their fellows, men trained and more numerous, to push the beach full of heroism back into the sea. The number of casualties will be an argument that later readers turn into math. In some tellings 6 men per ship don't make the return count, in others the arithmetic changes because poets and scribes have different standards of sobriety. Historians are still debating this question, and you, for your part, would like the version with fewer names missing at supper. Landing protocols keep everything from becoming a headline. A watch on the dunes stays awake even when the wind smells like bread. A runner with a good pair of calves jogs the ridge to spot dust. The caller leaves the stick within reach instead of using it as a prop in a story about a festival. Your hands learn new chores. How to balance a filled jar from hip to shoulder so the weight rides on bone, not grudge. How to check a cart for a loose peg so the whole thing doesn't throw a tantrum halfway to the shoreline. How to sort take now from come back for it. A discipline more delicate than any swordplay in the bard's favorite bars. Loot behaves in literature like it comes pre-sorted into shining moral categories. In the sand, it behaves like a pile of decisions. There are blankets that will keep a fever from pushing a man off his bench in a cold squall. There are bronze tripods that only future poems will love. There is wine in jars big enough to deserve their own myth. One of the local households keeps very particular wine, the kind that will get its own cameo later in a cave with an oversized one-eyed host. Someone mentions the priest Marin, the way he tends his god's vines, the way his wine can be cut 20-1 and still have opinions. Your benchmate raises an eyebrow because most working ratios are 3-1 or 2-1. Unmixed wine on a ship is like an untested rumor. Dangerous, likely to grow legs. You keep the knowledge. The officers keep the good jars. Warning arrives not as a trumpet, but as a new color on the horizon. Dust that looks organized. The runner points. The lookout echoes. The helmsman's head tilts at the angle that means speed and silence. Odysseus says the sentence you expected in your bones. Back to the ships, no bargaining with this wind. No speeches about how winning feels. Heroes can afford second acts. Benches prefer ending on time. Your heart, which has been a drummer for hours, becomes a messenger and knocks on every door inside your ribs. Drums of feet lift from the inland road. Sicanies who knew the terrain before new moons learned their own names. Bows arc. Short spears angle. Shields come forward with the kind of discipline that concedes nothing to poetry. You do what longship crews are built to do. Run the narrow lanes between dunes like blood through arteries, pass jars hand to hand as if they were infants, and clear the clutter from the surf so hulls can kiss the water without tripping. Somewhere someone tries to invent a hero story out of this and is informed by both Sky and Captain that the genre today is leaving. Counterattack forces you to discover speed you thought you left in your childhood. The helmsman calls for weight on the stern lines, and the hull hums with the pleasure of being relevant to the water again. Men in the shallows shoulder, heave, and dance out of the way as the longship floats. Oars take their places with the dignity of tools that know their job. The caller's stick taps a metered panic. That is, no panic at all, only urgency with manners. You slide under the iron brace and forget you ever doubted its honesty. The blade finds water, and the water forgives your brief absence from its attention. Edges of conflict always look sharper from inside a helmet than they do from the quiet of later conversation. Here in the spray and breath you compile cheerful, crucial facts instead of drama. The first 3 strokes are the hardest because the boat wants to be a rock. The next 5 teach the hull that it is a thought. After 10, momentum is a friend and speed becomes a kind of polite insistence. Port matches starboard because the caller refuses to let adrenaline masquerade as timing. The helmsman asks for 3 hard on starboard to crab the bow clear of a spit that didn't exist last week. You deliver because muscles treat please and now as synonyms. Retreat is not a dirty word in a world of oars. It is a direction like any other, and it can be beautiful if done with discipline. The beach is not empty, and the air is scribbled with unwanted punctuation. But the Longship is a sentence that insists on being read left to right, out to open water. A few skiffs on the sand stall because skiffs do that, loving a last-minute argument. Hands haul them down the last yard as if pulling a friend through a stubborn doorway. The Olas sings a narrow silver line that forces your breath to act like it practiced this. Practice is always a time machine. You're borrowing yesterday's quiet to pay for today's noise. Aftermath starts before safety. Once the bow clears the shoal and the wake straightens, you count. It is a ritual of arithmetic and affection. A strange warm cold that tallies faces and finds the absences like chairs pushed back from a table. The boat remembers too. The trim feels different, and the places where laughter usually sits have a draft. You avoid anything that sounds like poetry because today poetry would be the wrong kind of salt. Odysseus does the captain's math, the hard kind, and decides how far to run before any sail joins your labor. He chooses far, which is the right number. Logistics refuses to applaud or sob. Logistics asks for hands. Water jars return to their nooks, heavier now but honest. Grain bags settle into ribs with a hush of approval. A torn sleeve at a thole gets a patch because tomorrow still needs to happen. The watch makes notes in a mind that memorizes with the stubbornness of a mule. Don't linger when the inland track looks like a sentence someone will finish. Don't let jarjoy distract you from tide. Don't argue with a helmsman who already knows the chorus you're about to sing. You don't write any of that down. You staple it to your breath. Scholars, somewhere many pages in the future, will turn this day into tidy frameworks. Rating patterns around the northern Aegean, the identity of the Sicanies as a Thracian-adjacent people, the overlay between Bronze Age memory and Iron Age composition. They will count ships, count losses, and place little flags on maps. They may suggest that Ismarus is not a single point but a section of coast, a neighborhood rather than an address. They will, because it is their work, quarrel about whether the 6-per-ship figure reflects a mnemonic device, a scribal harmonization, or an honest tally from a very long memory. Historians are still debating this, and you, who have the honor of aching in the right now, contribute to the data set by surviving. Supper has a silence in it that no one mistakes for hunger. Fish meets fire under supervision. Barley softens into the friendly shape of a meal, and the wine that seemed so proud on the beach demonstrates why cutters and ratios exist. A mixing bowl becomes a classroom. 3 parts water to 1 part wine keeps the world useful. 2 to 1 makes jokes louder and coordination worse. Unmixed is for ritual or foolishness or possibly cyclopes with impressive tolerances. Someone toasts not triumph but distance. Someone else pours a libation because insurance policies can be liquid. Quiet returns in practical clothes. The helmsman checks lashings in the dusk because lashings discover their sense of humor at night. The caller lays the stick across his knees and hums the cadence for tomorrow as if it were a lullaby he wants you to dream through. The piper airs reeds so that morning won't taste like stale breath. You rub a little resin into the old blister, and it acknowledges the gesture by not becoming a new blister. Small mercies pay rent promptly. Nightfall turns the sea into velvet with a memory of mirrors, and the coastline becomes a drawing someone revised in charcoal. Stars arrive with the kind of reliability you wish more people practiced. The ship breathes as if the day were a story it listened to and learned from. You let your spine lengthen along the bench, not claiming comfort so much as companionship with wood that also worked hard. Somewhere a gull mutters in its sleep, pretending to be a philosopher. Lessons line up, eager for parade, and you let only a few march. First, fatigue is a bad navigator. It points you toward stay a little longer, when the correct course is leave while the wind is still polite. Second, supplies are not treasure until they are aboard and stowed. Before that, they are bait. Third, heroes are loud and losses are quiet, but oars make both possible and preventable. Fourth, a longship is only as clever as its benches after noon. Fifth, a promise to depart is a tool, Keep it oiled. None of this is a revelation, and all of it is the kind of truth that needs fresh signatures. Somewhere between the last check and the first sleep, an odd, useful fact bubbles up, the kind you file next to wool salt wraps and pebble-lined pits. A handful of crews tie a thin thread from wrist to oar handle at night when anchored in uncertain company. Not to bind, but to wake the hand if someone tests the way the loom lies. Another crewman swears by a fennel stalk tucked in the cheek to trick thirst into postponing its speeches during a hard pull. Placebo or wisdom? On a bench, the difference is mostly academic, and academics will kindly find it later. Distance has put a soft, essential layer between the beach and the boat, but it has not sweetened anything into myth yet. That will be later, when this day gets softened and rearranged until it fits into a verse that can be sung over cups. You know the shape the singing will likely take. Brave men, ungrateful locals, gods with mysterious calendars. From the bench it looks like this. People who defended their homes as you would defend yours, a captain who told the truth about timing, and a crew who discovered again that speed is not just about how fast the arms can move but about how fast the mind can decide. Morning is already somewhere on its way with its ledger and its opportunities. Fresh wind, new current, another harbor with opinions. For now the ledger balances just enough. Food aboard, water topped, bruises counted. Morale repaired with the honest tools of routine. The iron at your ankles will be cool again at dawn, and the collar's stick will remember the chords of urgency without panic. The helmsman will treat sickenings as both noun and verb. A name on a map and a reminder that a place can do something back. Finally, rest leans over the rail and invites the day to close with kindness. Benches become beds without complaint. Oars become a fence against dreams wandering too far. The hull becomes the sentence that cradled you even while it asked so much. You slide toward sleep not as escape but as maintenance. In the soft dark, the sea sounds like a handful of beads being rolled slowly in a patient palm. The stars file their gentle report. Present, present, present. You answer for yourself with the simplest true word you have left. Here. Morning folds the sea into gentle pleats, and the longship slides along those soft lines while benches rediscover their conversation with backs and legs. Yesterday's lesson at Ismarus sits in everyone's shoulders like an extra coin. Light, but impossible to ignore. The caller keeps cadence at a human tempo. The piper writes a silver thread through the air, and the helmsman reads water the way a scribe reads margins, looking for notes the sea added at the last minute. A smell like warm sugar rides the breeze from somewhere ahead, the kind of fragrance that asks you to forgive it for arriving unannounced. Maps on this coast behave like rumors. What you have is sky, color, and a promise that a bay is waiting with its arms open. After a stretch of easy strokes, the lookout points with 2 fingers the signal that says not danger, interest. A low island lifts from the horizon like a loaf left to rise under a cloth. Waves slur from green to turquoise as depth thins, a shoal telling its story in brighter grammar. Odysseus turns his head just enough that you know a small landing is coming. Not a conquest, not a feast, just a fill the jars, stretch the backs, no hero speeches sort of pause. Orders arrive like soft nails, firm without show. Oars come up together, feathers neat, and the bow noses toward a seam in the dunes where tamarisk leans as if it knows boats. Currents slow without sulking, and the hull's hum relaxes to the register that means, we can do this without asking the gods for a cosign. The square sail stays furled because a side wind arrived with opinions. Today belongs to oars and patience. The iron at your ankles has warmed into a friendly crescent, less chain than punctuation. Everyone's hands check their private gear. The wool wraps on the loom, the small skin of resin, the little charm against cramps someone swears works as long as you don't tell it you're testing it. From the shore, birds lift and refold themselves. White commas in a sentence you will soon read with your feet. Soon the scent sharpens, honey with a whisper of grass after rain, and conversation thins as noses try to decide what story the wind is telling. A beach opens in a quiet grin. Pale pebbles at the lip, a line of darker sand beyond. A lazy thread of fresh water cutting through to the surf. Shrubs scatter along the fold of the dune as if tossed, and among them sprawl low bushes with tawny fruit the size of a thumb's last joint. Sunlight turns their skins to small lanterns. The place looks not just reachable but hospitable, the exact kind of cove that persuades muscles to argue for a longer stay. Shoreline duty falls into familiar choreography. The helmsman sets the approach so the stern can swing free for a tidy getaway. The bowmen stand ready with stakes and lines. A skiff gets its whirled back with a sigh as it hits water. Oars run in without complaint, and the ship settles with a satisfied creak. A watch goes up on the low rise to count dust, birds, and mistakes. The caller sets his stick across his knees like a man pretending he won't need it for an hour. Every landing has a flavor. This one tastes like careful pleasure. Orders keep the day honest. Only a small shore party, only skins and sacks, only enough curiosity to keep you polite. No sampling the local miracles, no trading jokes for naps, no letting the scent talk your legs out of remembering the benches. A ration officer, yes, dull, yes, essential, notes what leaves the hull and what returns. Wine remains wine only when cut with water. Jars with loose stoppers get wax. Fruits come aboard only after inspection and a stern interview. It's not romance, it's logistics, and logistics is the kind of love that shows up on time. Benches hold most of the crew as a matter of discipline, not distrust. Spare hands repair sleeves at the thole, check lashings, rub a little oil where the loom rides, and gossip in the only safe direction. About technique. The Kybernetes pretends to be indifferent to scenery while counting wave sets. The Proteus walks the strand and listens for pebbles telling thin lies about depth. The Longship, relieved of hurry, behaves like a house that knows its hinges. On deck, jars wait with their mouths tied shut like children told to be good in a shrine. Feet find shore with a grateful apology for ankles, and sand answers with warm patience. The freshwater thread is cool enough to make calves consider sending a thank you to whatever nymph manages this neighborhood. Skins drink until they change shape. Amphorae swallow morning in generous gulps. A line forms where men choose between filling vessels and soaking old salt out of sore wrists. Over everything floats that smell, honey and straw and a hint of something creamy, that takes the pilot flame of fatigue and turns it up to drowsy. Locals approach in a way that suggests they invented ambling. They wear the same quiet the beach wears. Hands hold fruit that looks like a cross between a date and an apology, golden brown with a blush of red where the sun never quite decided. Faces are polite without agenda. Words arrive light and slow, like they were worried a faster speed might chafe. A basket gets offered with both hands, the universal script for "we mean well." Stories from nights around other fires dress the moment immediately. Lotus eaters, people who nibble forgetfulness like a snack and smile about it. In Homer's mouth, the tale is bright and simple. Eat the lotus and lose the urge to go home. Fall in love with here so deeply that there evaporates. Mainstream knowledge nods at that and adds a marginal note. This little episode became a moral about discipline for sailors, a reminder that appetite is as dangerous as spears. Every oarstroke is a vote for a future self. Lotus votes loudly for the present. Discipline gets its own ritual now. The bosun repeats the rule everyone already knows. Take nothing from basket to mouth, acknowledge with thanks, pass the fruit to the officer who keeps count, and ask the piper for a tune if temptation needs a countersong. Your hands accept a lotus with the diplomacy you reserve for small gods and strange dogs. Friendly, cautious, non-committal. The skin is velvet smooth, and the scent is louder up close, sweet with a whisper of almond. Your stomach suggests research, your head suggests memory, your captain suggests the boat. Rations regain the stage solid as timber. Dried barley gets measured into jars lined with a smear of beeswax. The trick Odysseus swears by, a thin seal that keeps humidity from teaching grain bad habits. Figs from last week hide under laurel leaves because someone's grandmother said laurel scolds mold until it mines. Apples, when you have them, ride in wide-mouthed pots whose rims wear wax like jewelry. The lining slows the fruit's slide from story into tragedy. Wax seals aren't magic, but they change the pace of spoilage, and pace at sea is often the entire plot. Labels make sense when memory is busy. Scratch marks on amphor shoulders become the crew's low-tech archive. 1 notch for barley, 2 for beans, a crosshatch for oil. Ostraca, little broken bits of pottery, serve as movable tags tied with twine. Because if you've ever trusted pain alone, you've already learned about humidity's humor. A scribe with a patient face keeps a tally on a tablet that will someday look like plain clay to a stranger and a miracle to anyone who ever tried to count with only fingers and hope. Quirky but true. A few crews drop polished pebbles into a pouch. White for water, dark for wine. As a tactile inventory you can read with your hand in the dark. Temptation nevertheless builds a little tent just off to the side of duty and invites the brain to sit for a minute. Shade under tamarisk is the shape of relief, and that fruit keeps shining like it learned a trick from morning. A pair of rowers with more curiosity than prudence nibble, just to know. And their eyes soften like wax left too close to a lamp. They begin to talk about staying until the wind learns manners. About how the sand feels like an answer to a question no one asked. Their laughter loses edges. Timing suddenly matters. Science tries to join the gathering politely, pointing out that lotus is a confusing word across cultures. Sometimes a water lily, nymphea. Sometimes a jujube-like shrub, ziziphus. Sometimes later travelers will use it for an entirely different plant from far-off riverlands. Descriptions wobble. Blossoms versus berries, petals versus pulp. Local botany can't be resolved by a hungry crew in a hot noon, and historians are still debating which plant the poem meant, and which shore wore that perfume first. Jerba will propose itself in later centuries. Others will argue for the Libyan coast or a mythic composite that prefers metaphors to maps. Caution keeps the helm of your mouth. Wine gets mixed to a sailor's ratio, 3-to-1 water to wine, because discipline speaks softly in the afternoon unless it's helped by math. Lotus is thanked like a noble guest and escorted to the ration keeper's tally instead of the tongue. If hospitality has rules on land, voyages have rules at sea. Xenia matters, but so do benches. You let the smell occupy the air while not letting it chair the meeting, which is a skill bards don't always sing about but should. Smiles from the locals never sharpen, and that complicates the story you might prefer to tell yourself about easy villains and tidy defiance. No one urges, no one insists. Fruit is offered as if it's the most normal thing in a normal day, and perhaps it is. One elder shows you how to peel a strip so thin it looks like sunlight. Another laughs when the piper tries to mimic the word for the plant and pronounces something closer to lattice. Joy on a beach is not a crime. Forgetting can be. Memory chooses a defensive formation. You recite the order of operations for a clean stroke. Legs first, then hips, then back, then arms. Feather on the release, light hands on the slide. Breath out on the drive, breath in on the recovery. The crew turns technique into a password, a charm against drift. It's not that the fruit erases facts. It just turns down the volume on desire, and desire pulls more water than logic on a hot day. To stay is always an option. To go requires rehearsal. Bosun authority blooms into tenderness. Men who nibbled get guided back to the skiff with hands that neither accuse nor negotiate, only insist kindly. The rule of the sea applies. No one gets left on a warm beach because he learned to love naps. Ropes on the skiff feel more like silk than hemp, and paddles sound like lullabies, but the helmsman carries urgency the way a priest carries fire. Safe, vertical, unwavering. Back aboard. The affected sit with water and shade until their talk of forever shrinks into a tolerable later. Skiffs shuttle skins and jars. A pendulum that draws a dotted line between ship and shore. Each landing becomes a proof that readiness beats regret. Even under easy sun, someone checks the stern line not with an affection bordering on superstition. A whisper of chop knocks on the hull. A gull contributes an opinion. The caller gives 3 quiet taps. The code for finish what you're doing and remember who you are. You obey because obedience here feels less like surrender and more like alignment. Kitchen work repairs morale without announcing itself as philosophy. Barley meets water and patience in a pot with a friendly crack. A handful of herbs turns fuel into supper. Fish cured in last week's salt gets a bath that persuades it to be kind again. Honey, carefully metered so it doesn't colonize the palate, appears at the edge of a bowl like a smile. Storage tricks get exercised. Oil poured as a seal over olives. Wax warmed between palms before smoothing a jar's rim. Laurel tucked like an admonishment above fruit. Odysseus' wax trick earns another convert when a bruised apple refuses to go odd for yet one more day. Ledger logic runs beneath the scene like a keel. A liter of oil is a week of lamps or a handful of suppers. A jar of wine is 14 evenings at sea or 2 ceremonies. A skin of water is a day for a bench or a kind way to wash a cut. Counting is an intimacy no poem often celebrates, but it's how a voyage remembers to exist. For the record, later Greek navies will formalize rations: barley, wine, cheese, onions, sometimes dried fish. Yet even in this older world, the ghost of a list is here, humming responsibility through a crew that learns to be collectively hungry rather than individually foolish. Sundown leans in with long shadows that try their best to elongate judgment. The locals' laughter doesn't grow teeth. It doesn't need to. A pair of lotus-bright eyes on shore wave like cousins at the end of a holiday, and that's exactly the problem. The word holiday begins to stitch itself into places it doesn't belong. The helmsman offers the day's last glance at the sky and says the word everyone wanted to think they'd forgotten: afloat. Afloat means oars in, lines cast off, purpose reclaimed before night processes everyone into silhouettes. Search becomes necessary, quiet, and swift. 2 men who wandered a little too far up the strand follow the smell of lotus instead of the drumbeat of ship. The skiff goes back under a yellowing sky, not a rescue so much as a reminder. You jog the berm in sandals full of polite gravel and find the pair seated like philosophers who forgot the question. They aren't afraid. They aren't anything but comfortable. Words work better than hands at first. Names, jokes, the small flattery that says you're useful. And then hands work, too, helpful and firm. Voices soft pedal urgency. And the trick works because kindness does what shouting can't. Lotus doesn't turn men into stones. It turns them into people who think stones are pillows. A goat blinks at the scene like a notary. One of the wanderers tastes the air and declares it enough. A word that covers too much ground to be safe. You wrap an arm around a shoulder as if sharing warmth and steer the conversation toward the skiff. The helmsman holds the line of the boat in the surf until the timing feels like a clasp. Lines aboard accept more than weight. They accept intention. The 2 late returners get settled on their benches with straps across their laps. Not punishment, prevention. Earlier arguments about chains and benches return with better manners. Sometimes a brace is a kindness. Oars lie along gunwales like advice not yet delivered. The caller's stick rests but hasn't forgotten how to count. A skin of water goes hand to hand, and lotus talk dissolves into the salt fact of thirst being quenched. The ship is a school where the lesson is, tomorrow exists. Study accordingly. Departure happens without anger because anger isn't a good sailor. The Longship takes the channel out of the cove at a hush, oars biting just below conversation. The square sail kissing light with half a mind to help. Locals wave until distance edits everyone into affectionate anonymity. The honeyed smell thins behind you until it becomes a metaphor again, which is safer. The helmsman sets a line that treats longing like weather, acknowledged, not obeyed. Afterglow crowds the benches the way sleep does in the last verses of a song. The crew falls into the soft silence that follows a narrow escape from a gentle trap, the kind that would never feel like a trap while you were inside it. You examine your pockets for stories and find a handful of useful ones. Discipline tastes better when shared, ration rules are culture, wax can be wisdom, and a kindly beach can be sharper than a spear if you let it set the tempo. It's not a moral. It's maintenance. Debate trails behind the stern like a thin wake you can't quite smooth. Where was this place, really? Jerba claims the laurel later, and scholars argue with maps as if maps were courtroom witnesses. Was the plant water lily, shrub, or something storytellers braided from several gardens to make a fable fit mouths and miles? Did crews encounter soporifics or merely hospitality so comfortable it rewrote ambition? Historians are still debating the identification and the geography, and you, operating in the currency of benches and breath, file the disagreement under eternal. Nightfall lays a calm hand on the Longship, and the Olos packs itself into silence the way stars unpack themselves into night. The caller hums the cadence once under his breath, a lullaby inside a ritual, and that's enough to reassure the muscles that tomorrow will find them where they left themselves. The wax on the jar rims cools into a promise. The laurel over the fruit does its quiet scolding. The straps over laps relax into something more like blankets than bonds. Memory comes back to full brightness without apology. The sea says its soft syllables. The crew answers with a breath the exact length of an honest day. Wind arrives first as a polite rumor, pressing catspaws across a slate-blue morning while the headland ahead opens like a slow eyelid. A cove curls inward, pebble-lipped, and above it a dark oval in the cliff has the tidy geometry of a door somebody forgot to frame. Goats embroidered across the slope turn the slope into a moving tapestry. Smoke rises from somewhere behind the oval, not a column. More like a thought the hill is having. Bench by bench, the crew trims chatter into attention, because the shoreline gives off the same uneasy perfume as an empty stage with instruments already tuned. Ahead, the helmsman lets the steering oars breathe in increments, small corrections that keep the bow skimming along the contour rather than committing to it. Spray beads on knuckles and thole sleeves as the caller puts you in a stealthy gear. Longer slides, quieter catches, feathering so clean that the oar seems to apologize to the air before entering. Pebbles, when they arrive under the keel, supply crisp feedback that the draft is doing its job. Shallow enough to kiss the beach without marrying it. Out beyond the cove's lip, swell settles into agreeable commas, a punctuation that says the water has no immediate arguments. Closer in, the undertow hurries back with the enthusiasm of someone who remembered the bread in the oven. It's the sort of detail that makes a beach landing honest. Shallow draft hulls love this kind of chore. Run in on a small lift, oars brisk at the finish, blades held high on the hopping step as the bow kisses stones. Stern still floating enough to think clearly. Closer, the cave mouth shows proportions that nudge the brain into metaphors. Tall enough that a door-sized stone might be rolled across it. Wide enough to tell you a single person with a cow-sized opinion lives there. Above, honeycomb shelves in the rock carry those goat silhouettes as if a child drew moving constellations and forgot to stop. The smell changes from simple salt to a braided recipe. Milk, smoke, wet wool, and a memory of ash. Someone near you says, Cyclops. The way people use a place name when they mean a cautionary tale. Standard operating procedure for a quiet approach slides into place without speeches. Oars come up on the last half-length. Men hop into ankle water, pebbles trying to tattoo their arches. A kedge anchor goes seaward on a skiff with a bowline run back to the stem, so you can warp off fast without asking the gods to help you push. Thole pins wear their felt sleeves for silence, and the caller's stick becomes more baton than metronome. Pointing, counting with fingers, tapping would only when the sea is laughing too loudly to tell on you. Silence is an art best practiced in layers. Leather lies invisible under sandal straps so pebbles don't scold. Or looms get a thumb of oil, then wiped to a shine that's not enough to gloss the palms. Rope ends are seized so no whipping tail claps athwart at the wrong heartbeat. The piper pockets the reeds. Cadence becomes breath and gesture. Open hand for drive, 2 fingers for feather, a closed fist for stillness. Waiting likes to flirt with stories, so the mind wanders while eyes keep watch. Cyclopes in Homer are pastoral, unurban, fond of milk and cheese, not fond of councils, happy to visit law on strangers without consulting a neighbor. Much later, builders will lend them a different fame, Cyclopean masonry. Those titanic blocks at Mycenae and Tiryns which look like gods knuckled mountains into walls. The two traditions twine in the ears of anyone raised on both goats and fortresses. Scholars point out that the stonework belongs to human hands with cranes of muscle and patience. The single eye belongs to poetry, not physiology. Historians are still debating whether these strands braided anywhere real. Everyone with oars stays low and near, waterline guardians in case a shout turns into a sprint. A shore party, lightly armed, heavy on curiosity, takes the path that goats have signed with their sharp little feet. Odysseus, naturally, votes for intelligence over guesswork and asks for a tour of the cave. In and out, the helmsman murmurs, a revision everyone has heard before. Skins and a jar or two go along as polite currency. Across the surf's small mutter you study the cave's doorstep. Pebbles there are larger, more like smooth fists. Someone has raked a path because even big boots resent rolling ankles. A slab is parked just off the mouth, not a gate so much as a suggestion that one could exist. Smoke does a lazy ribbon thing, it's a pastoral curl, not a warlike blot. From inside, a bleat answers a bleat. Bells the size of generous walnuts dingle the air into short prayers. Meanwhile, from the bench and the skiff, you rig for a stealth pickup the way fishermen rig for a sudden run of luck. Stern first departure is easiest when you expect rocks and opinions. Thus the kedge out in deeper water and the warp led fair through a bow chalk. A second line hangs ready to cut, not untie because knots are excellent teachers and terrible sprinters. Thole leathers get another affectionate pinch. Everyone reviews the hand signals that replace words when you want to go home unannounced. Somewhere high on the ridge a sheepdog barks the old grammar of ownership. Somewhere inside the cave a deep human hum maps the angle of the day. Sail stays furled. Mast stays stepped because a square sail is a loud personality in tight coves and your plan wants introverts. A gull lands on the yard like a scolding ant. You wish it profound contentment so it won't file any reports. Inside, if the stories run true, there will be shelves of wicker and racks for cheeses and a bed that's basically a brag about fleece. There may be a trough and a barrel and a collection of tools that have never met a city. The person who lives there may have a temper calibrated to simple rather than subtle. Your job is simple too. Keep quiet, keep ready, keep the boat a better option than the beach. Minutes, not hours, pass before the first unscripted sound slaps the cliff. A stone moving against bigger stone in a rhythm that writes door, even in a language you don't speak. Shore voices in your party drop so low they become the kind of vowels goats are fluent in. The caller raises 2 fingers. Half strokes, stern hold ready. The helmsman squints the way he does when he pretends to see around corners. Instead of horns and chaos, the day's trouble begins politely enough. The cave watcher returns and discovers unexpected visitors behaving like shoppers who forgot to ask permission. Hospitality on some coasts begins with bread and salt. Hospitality here begins with inventory and a question the size of a boulder. The rest, in later retellings, will bloom into the famous problem with a sharpened timber and a skin of wine that earns a cameo from Ismarus. We will not dwell on any sharpness. The bench does not require blood to learn caution. Plans improvise under pressure because plans love to be alive. A runner flutters down the goat path with a look that translates as, "We will need you to be the sea's version of quick." Oars roll into hands without clatter. Ankles slide under iron. Breath deepens like a drum you play from the inside. The caller's palm flattens, hold water, then chops. Back her gently, then sweeps now. Stern first. The hull slides off pebbles with a grateful sigh. Signals replace talk. 2 fingers tap left forearm. Starboard hold with a flick, port back one, and the boat becomes a quiet machine. Backwater at that cadence is a craft of its own. Blades enter flat, push just enough to make a pocket. Leave with an angle that doesn't advertise bubbles. The helmsman nurses the steering oars feather open. Feather shut, as if he's blinking for the ship. Peaks and hollows in the cove's small surf red like mood swings on a friend's face. Pebble run-up hisses in short phrases. Recoil drags. Timing the stern's float between those pulses makes the difference between a clean lift of weight and a comedy of ankles. A skiff noses in. Figures appear, your figures not silhouettes from the hill, and the cargo is not jars or joy but urgency wrapped in wool. Backwater turns to forward without a noise line crossing. The warp takes the load. The kedge does its excellent impersonation of a second, underwater helmsman. Oars drop into a comfortable metronome, and the boat begins to leave a sentence printed in foam. Just enough wake to say goodbye without saying where we went. On the beach, the large resident makes a comment to the mountain, something in the key of frustration, and the mountain answers with echoes that try on different sizes and return none of them as threats. Foam smooths behind the stern as the longship noses past the cove's mouth. From inside, a shout shaped like a name broke a moment ago and then was choked into vowels safer for story. There will be a boasting later, there is always a boasting later, and it will improve nothing. For now, distance is wisdom. Rope hums under tension in that friendly way that says all the fibers agreed to help. Noises from the shore change color when other locals come to the mouth of the cave and ask questions whose grammar is basically what and who. A cunning answer, Nobody arrives from the darkness and then travels across the cliff and out to you as a rumor that tastes like relief. You let your shoulders bargain down from whatever they were about to become. Silence continues to do the work no weapon can manage. Bosun jokes appear after danger like mushrooms after rain. A whisper races along the benches that if you are ever captured and forced to give your name, aboard right now, is better than honesty. Laughter is small and grateful and does not throw stones. The helmsman, who finds even joy slightly noisy, brings a finger to his lips purely for theatrical satisfaction. Muzzles of sheep poke from the cave like domestic punctuation marks, and for a heartbeat the hillside looks like a children's story that refuses to believe about giants. From waterline height, proportions are always strange. Cliffs amplify echoes, caves riscale shapes, and a person at the mouth can look as mythic as a statue if the sun cooperates. Scholars trying to measure a cyclops from a poet's line end up with numbers that frighten furniture makers. Historians are still debating whether Polyphemus is meant to be anatomically impossible, symbolically oversized, or simply an embodiment of country-sized solitude. Seaward, the caller gives a new set: 10 strong, 10 long, 10 quiet. This is rowing as apology to the ocean for asking it to hold your noise. Hands respect their duties. Thumbs relaxed, wrists easy, shoulders down. Breath rides the cadence like a bird riding a thermal. The kedge line gets bit off, then eased just so, and finally slipped. The anchor gets its private rescue later, or perhaps never. The tax one pays to discretion. Caution keeps the sail furled until you've slid past the cape that loves drama. Without the square, you're all muscle and modest wake. With it, you'd be a billboard. Oars prove again that heroes deliver speeches but benches deliver survival. Between strokes, you notice the way water changes texture when the cliff's wind shadow ends. Chop firms up. Sound returns to the fuller register that says, "Open water ahead. Choices returning." Another mainstream note parks itself politely in your head while blades do their business. Shallow draft beaching is the Bronze to Iron Age Aegean's superpower. Pentaconters go bow on where deeper ships must anchor off and send prayers with their skiffs. Landing on a pebble beach favors crews who can time the receding wash, hop before the slap returns, and murder all squeaks in their fittings. This is why you spend an insulting amount of time oiling leather and scolding loose lashings. Good seamanship is a conspiracy against noise. Said without ornament, the escape works because the plan respected materials. A kedge to give direction, felt to quiet wood, or blades feathered like they belong to birds who tuck their wings before landing. Luck visited, yes, neighbors asked the right question and accepted the wrong answer, but the boat earned the right to receive that luck by not embarrassing it. Gently, the helmsman allows the mast to consider work. Men lift, step, and haul with the choreography you could do with your eyes closed, though no one recommends that. The square unfurls to a modest scrawl of cloth, something between a sigh and a suggestion. With a hint of wind over the quarter, the yard remembers how to be useful, and hands return to oars at a kinder cadence. Mixed power is the sea's favorite duet. Most stories lean forward to the moment when the captain can't help himself and throws words across the water at the giant. A boast the size of a pebble made of pride. That pebble grows, in answer, into actual pebbles of consequence hurled from the shore, one of which lands close enough to make the Longship climb a hill of water it didn't plan to climb. Details vary with the singer. The physics are another matter. Some modern thinkers time arm and mass and call the throw theatrical. Others say a boulder rolled downhill is still a throw worth steering away from. Historians are still debating the ballistic plausibility and, more importantly, why boasting tastes better than discretion to so many captains. Between the slap of lifted swell and the hiss of settling foam, the hull shows you its other art, shrugging off trouble by being flexible. Mortise and tenon with lashing behaves like a good memory. Tight, but forgiving. The keel nudges the sea back into friendliness. Oars ride high a breath longer, then drop at the exact moment you've learned to call safe enough. The caller's stick, finally tapped again. Sounds like a door closing gently in a well-kept house. Finally the headland becomes a shoulder and then a spine sliding on your starboard quarter, and the cove is something the horizon ate. A last echo throws a vowel at your stern. Your wake declines to answer. Goat bells fade into orthodox bird cries. The ship draws a longer line and asks the wind to help right it. Someone murmurs a thanks directed at nobody in particular, which is sensible theology for sailors. After the rush, inventory returns as medicine. Men count quietly. Faces, oars, jars, the good skin of Ismarus wine that had opinions about how many waters should court it. The sharpened timber that solved the cave dilemma. Fire-hardened, carefully carved. Nothing we need to visualize in unfriendly detail. Goes into the memory box marked, useful, but let's not need another. Hands check straps over laps and smile that they were more guidance than bond today. Soon the piper risks a thin ribbon of melody, the smallest thread to stitch heart rate back into something cooperative. Rhythm returns not as a command but as a favor. The helmsman lets the ship find her easy speed, a feel you could pick out blindfolded from 10 busy bays. Behind, the island is becoming a flavor instead of a scene. Smoke, milk, stone, echo, and even flavors fade with distance and supper. Lessons arrive with better manners when wrapped in humor. Someone proposes that all caves should come with doorbells for visiting mariners. Someone else suggests a standard vocabulary for heroes' restraint. Today, we will not be announcing our identity to acoustically gifted residents. The caller says nothing, which is the sort of leadership that rhymes with relief. You oil a sleeve at the thole more from habit than necessity and marvel at how routines transmute panic into craft. Night sidles in by degrees. The sail takes the last light like a page accepting ink, and the sky begins to publish its smaller stars. Oars set to an evening tempo that respects joints. Supper smells like an argument that barley wins by being sensible. Wine, cut properly, becomes story lubricant, but tonight the stories keep one eye on quiet. Nobody names the island. Nobody names the boast. Names are for maps and meetings. Sleep needs less labeling. Stars arrange themselves into the teacher's edition of navigation, with big letters, Ursa, bright as a shrug. The points of the bear's tail carving a path to true north. The helmsman hears all their instructions as if he were reading marginalia from old friends. In a generation or 3, pilots will have more formal tables. Here, the formal table is sky and smell and a stern sense that cliffs lie to those who rush. Mainstream tradition places Cyclopes land near Sicily, with Etna's tall temper serving as the giant's breath. Rival traditions scatter possibilities along other coasts where caves and goats collaborate. Historians are still debating the best map for the myth and whether any map deserves to be more than a teaching tool. Sleep finds the benches in a kinder mood than earlier. Iron at ankles cools into its crescent of promise. The warp line, coiled again, looks like a thought the boat will think without you if asked. The kedge, abandoned or recovered, becomes a cautionary proverb. Pay tools to help you. Never charge recklessness to your future. Pebbles rattle a farewell at some distance as small waves nudge a new shore you aren't visiting. Lessons, since the sea loves repetition, queue up for review. First, shallow draft is more than convenience. It is strategy. Second, silence requires equipment. Felt, oil, practice, shared glances. Third, humor earns interest only after safety. Fourth, rage and pride taste strong but don't keep. Ration them like honey. Fifth, myths make splendid road signs as long as you remember they aren't roads. Sixth, a square sail is a fair-weather extrovert. Oars are your introverts for tight places and tight times. Night sounds like a handful of millet poured slowly into a wooden bowl. The boat's tiny creaks, the sea's small beads against the hull, a voice turning a watchword into a song under its breath. Breath follows. Shoulders unhook. Hands confess that the resin trick was worth packing again. Sleep arrives without fanfare, polite and complete. Daybreak leans across the deck like a friendly hand, and the Longship answers with a cat-like stretch of timber and rope as the island of Iolia rises out of haze, green-backed and steep-shouldered, wearing cliffs that look like folded parchment. Before the gulls grow opinionated, the lookout points at a curl of harbor rimmed by pumice-white stones. Word goes bench to bench that the ruler here is Iolos, keeper of winds, a title that sounds like a job description and a personality test. Curiosity drinks first. What does a man look like who can warehouse weather? In your head, the answer is very calm and very tidy. The helmsman trims the approach to the quiet entrance, and the piper lays down small coins of rhythm until oars lift together, feathered so neat that even the island's lizards seem impressed. Iolo's waits where the harbor is a bowl, his court ringed with sons and daughters and breezes that behave like tame animals around their favorite shepherd. Hospitality flows like water poured by someone who respects both thrift and generosity. Meat, bread, questions asked with interest but not intrusion. You stand behind your captain and watch the rituals of Xenia unfold. Hands washed, gifts offered. The kind of talk that maps intentions without drawing borders. The god of air-adjacent king listens to Odysseus describe cliffs with appetites and a cave with a landlord who dislikes guests. And his face makes the expression of whether choosing a better mood. Then comes the gift you will tell into your beard for the rest of your days. A great oxhide bag, knotted at the neck with a silver cord, full of the winds that would block your road home. Held, bottled, convinced to sit still like argumentative cousins bribed with honey. Hospitality has rules afloat as well as ashore, and yours start humming the moment the bag touches deck. Do not untie, do not pry, do not second-guess the knot. The captain repeats with the soft gravity of a lullaby you won't forget. The bag receives a throne of practical dignity just abaft the mast step, lashed against roll and rumor. Eyes slide sideways toward it the way people look at a chest that might be treasure, trouble, or both. You sharpen the habit of not staring, which is a sailor's version of faith. Inside the leather, weather sleeps. Outside, weather behaves, as if the island sent a chaperone along to make sure mortals used the gift like adults. Leather smells like the stable of the world, warm, animal, trustworthy. And this oxhide carries a tang of pitch and something metal bright where the silver cord bites. Fingers itch. That is human. You anchor your hands on safer work, rubbing a whisper of oil into thole sleeves, sliding the palm along the loom to memorize tomorrow's soft bruises, touching the brace at your ankles like punctuation at the end of a good sentence. The bag is not your business, except that its safety is everyone's business. On some boats, a charm would be hung above it. On this one, the charm is watchfulness disguised as chores. Knots become liturgy. The silver cord's binding looks like a constrictor hitch doubled with a seizing that would make a ropemaster nod through his beard. You admire the turns, the way the standing part and bitter end mind their manners, the symmetry that speaks of a king who rehearses even generosity. Your own lines, sheets, braces, painters, take the hint and receive fresh attention. Whippings get renewed. Seizings get resung. A frayed tale finds itself promoted into twine because thrift is the mother tongue of the sea. The bag's knot seems to whisper across the deck. Tie everything as if weather were listening. Crew chemistry shifts a degree when unseeable power sits among amphory. Jokes lean toward the bag and away again, like swallows testing a porch. One benchmate begins calling it the guest that snores, which earns a smile you try to keep. Another mutters that bottled winds sound like a metaphor for self-control, and you make a note to feed that man the last fig when rations get philosophical. The bosun assigns a rotating guard the way he would for the freshwater jars on a crowded beach. Eyes watch the knot. Hands do not. You learn, again, that discipline and hospitality can occupy the same deck without quarrel. Wind itself wears politeness for days. A tail breeze behaves like a patient tutor, nudging the square sail into competence without opinion. The helmsman sits half a finger tall in his shoulders, the posture that says, I approve. Oars move less like drivers and more like counselors, adding what the cloth cannot finish. The aulos lays out a walking cadence that feels like future. You stack distance behind you the way good scribes stack lines, straight, legible, with room in the margin for corrections that won't be needed because the wind, for once, is your colleague. Practice keeps its throne even when luck smiles, because luck is a weather vane and practice is ballast. Feathering stays honest. Catches stay quiet. The finish insists on gentleness. You polish the little moves. Thumbs soft, wrists not bossy, elbows in the sweet angle that forgives mistakes. Between strokes, hands find small chores. Wool wraps checked, leathers flattened, pins kissed with a smear of pitch, and the mind practices a better habit than staring at the oxhide guest. Iolos gave you a shortcut, not a waiver. Oars still pay the toll of miles. Skeptics ride ships like barn cats. Mostly helpful, sometimes loudly opinionated at 2 in the morning. One of the older hands leans toward you and whispers that winds are like friends. Never trust them when they're silent for too long. Another says the bag is a story pretending to be a tool. He claims the real gift is the high-pressure kindness filling your sail. You entertain the notion and then let it float away, because whether the bag holds weather or parable, the knot doesn't change, and neither do the rules. Historians are still debating whether Homer's bag was memory of ritual weather windows or a poet's way to turn meteorology into theater. From the bench, theater and weather both require respect. Salted wool turns out to be the day's quiet marvel. Strips of soft cloth dipped in brine and rolled dry over the loom's bearing point transform squeak into whisper, friction into handshake. Your left palm, still nursing that honest blister from the Cyclops Cove, thanks you in a language made of not complaining. A mentor shows how to salt wet the wool, stretch it across a knee, and smooth it with a thumb until the fibers tighten just enough to behave. Obscure as it sounds, the stripe makes your stroke honest, and honest strokes make days shorter by feeling better. Helmsman patience becomes contagious. He rides the quarter rudders like he's discussing ethics with them. No sudden opinions, steady pressure, praise when they answer. The sail loves the tailwind so much it would write letters. Still, the stern oars mind their little corrections because canvas lies to people who adore it. When the caller grants long spells of "sail does the work," he also drops quick reminders, 3 taps, to keep hands awake and feet under brace, because the sea likes to choose surprise for its sport. Maps in this water are more rumor than geometry, but the rumor today is kind. Aeolia can be a single island in some mouths, a cluster in others. Later scholars will nudge fingers across the Lipari chain and whisper Stromboli like a prayer to a lighthouse. Volcanic ash, pumice, and wind that stacks in tidy layers like folded linen all argue for that neighborhood. Historians are still debating where the song points precisely, and whether the keeper of winds wore a human face or a mountain's. The deck answers that debate by ordering lunch. Maps don't haul on sheets. Stories about windbags sneak into conversations right where boredom usually hatches poor ideas. Someone suggests the bag hums softly at night, like a jar that remembers being a cow. Someone else swears they felt the cord twitch when a squall walked past 2 miles off the beam. You listen with the polite disbelief sailors keep in a pocket for sea tales that hurt no one. The real hum is the mast step telling the keel a joke. The real twitch is the boat licking small chop. Still, you like living amid superstition that harms nothing. It keeps the sharp superstitions at bay. Myth leans near with a clarification. Iolos in the poem isn't a god, exactly, but a friend of God's, the kind who can keep anarchic forces in his pantry because those forces respect how neatly he labels jars. That appeals to you. On a ship, the difference between chaos and chorus is storage. Oars live where they belong, lines coil right-handed, amphorae wear their wax like crowns, and a bag of winds is a guest seated in the right place, with the right name under the right eye. If that isn't religion, it's certainly sanity. Technique takes its victory laps quietly. Strokes shorten into little nudges when the sail's belly is full. Then they lengthen during the lulls to bridge the greedy gaps. You learn to watch the luff, those flirtatious trembles at the windward edge of the square, and time your drive so the cloth doesn't cough. The caller's stick, idle for stretches, becomes punctuation when needed, a comma here, a period when the helmsman wants the bow to make a point. Even under a generous sky, benches are the grammar that keeps sense. Numbers make a brief, flattering visit. With wind like this, Ithaca sits a handful of dawns away if fate keeps to its lane. The helmsman bargains with landmarks and sun angles, doing geometry with bones and shadow that a later world will outsource to instruments. At night, the bear will do the pointing. By day, you work with taste and smell. The iodine tang of open water, the bread scent of land, the green of islands that exhale pine afternoon. You carry speed like a bowl you don't dare spill, and the bag is the lid you do not lift. Rhythm makes the ship into a friendly animal. Breath joins sail song, and the keel writes a long sentence that never needs to erase. On the good watches, you forget your own name without endangering navigation. You become function, and function is a sweet identity at sea. Even the oxhide guest becomes part of the room, no longer a shout, just a tone in the chord. You keep half an eye, because half an eye is a mariner's idea of devotion. Discipline insists on backups for luck. The bosun lays out knife stations within easy reach, not for drama but for rope that misbehaves in a hurry. The guard for the bag rotates even at night when sleep argues well. The ration officer refuses to cut the wine too rich just because the miles are short. Indeed, he cuts it thinner, a vote for judgment over celebration. Haste is not a synonym for home. The caller keeps his stick between knees like a priest who knows the god of timing is jealous and should be flattered. Evening layers gold on the sail and quiet on the benches. The island air behind you smells like warm stone cooling. The air ahead has the unseasoned flavor of distance. Fingers loosen from the loom and rub life back where salt tanned them into stubbornness. Someone hums, not the Aulos line, but a work song 3 villages wide and 2 centuries long. You put your voice in the middle register where rowing songs live, vowels flowing with the slide, consonants hitting on the catch, and discover again why chants feel engineered for lungs. Night drapes the sky in patient ink, and stars pin their reliable grammar to it. The bag receives a cushion of sailcloth, a courtesy you'd extend to any elder, and 2 guards settle on either side like bookends made of tired men who like their job. You dream on the bench but keep one ear near the silver cord simply because brains don't let go of sharp nouns quickly. Ithaca tries on reality in your head. Smoke from lawful hearths, a dog pretending not to recognize a master and then deciding to. Sleep edits the picture into something less sharp and more hopeful. Morning squeaks over the gunwale on little feet, and the wind plays faithful again. An unshowy shove that proves restraint is sometimes the most dramatic gift. Ithaca hovers close enough on some noonlights that you could defend a story about smelling your own island. The helmsman behaves like a man holding a bird that trusts him. He never squeezes. The crew keeps hands busy with ordinary excellence. The bag hums exactly as much as yesterday. Not at all unless you listen with a heart that has decided to be a poet. Aftermath waits in a pocket of fate you didn't budget for. The last night watch before landfall, when eyelids learn guerrilla tactics and the silver cord looks like a question mark. Curiosity wants 1 finger width of slack, just to see if wind really has a voice. Suspicion wants to audit the bag in case kings count like captains sometimes do, creatively. Ambition wants to make you the oarsman who solved a mystery at sea. All those wants skitter around your skull like sand in shoes, and you answer with the only tool that keeps men from inventing storms. Work. You check lashings, rewrap a sleeve, repack a coil, and keep your distance from weather that has already agreed to be kind. Finally, the day proves what every old mentor mutters. A single mistimed stroke can doom an hour, and a single mistimed decision can doom a voyage. A careless feather near a cliff can slap the blade into a cousin's wrist. A sloppy recover in a harbor mouth can set a chain of corrections that pile embarrassment into expense. On a larger scale, an unasked-for peek under a silver knot can turn a homeward reach into a world tour. Historians are still debating whether the untying in the poem is malice, envy, fatigue, or parable. Your bones vote for human, so you keep your hands on what you can steer or breath habit, and you guard the gift by guarding yourself. After the gift and the good days that follow, the story swerves the way a gull does when it sees a brighter scrap. Last watch, lids heavy, whispers too close to the silver cord, a curiosity tug, a sigh from leather, and then a roar of weather arriving all at once like guests who skipped the door and came through every window. By sunrise, Aeolia's cliffs look familiar in the worst way, and the Keeper of Winds receives the returned bag with a face that says mortals should not borrow what they do not intend to keep shut. Help is refused with courtesy sharp enough to make ankles feel guilty against the braces. Distance begins again under oars that already counted it, and you carry on not because punishment demands it, but because voyages are a kind of stubborn hope. Days later, when clouds unclench and the sea uncurls, the coast stencils a promise ahead. A harbor shaped like shelter, cliffs cupped as if to say, rest here, friend. By mid-afternoon, the inlet reveals itself as an amphitheater carved for water. 2 headlands forming a narrow mouth, then a dazzling calm inside, as if the sea forgot how to breathe. Pine clings to the slopes on little shelves, Gulls swing lazy arcs above ledges, and a creamy band of houses sits back from the waterline with the kind of neatness that reads as either welcome or warning depending on the last town you left. The caller's stick relaxes into a pace designed to avoid splashing opinions. The helmsman leans a hair to port so the bow slides along the outside of the entrance first. You interpret the calm with a veteran's superstition. Glassy water can mean safe, or it can mean trap that collects boats like a bowl collects fruit. Nothing in the breeze smells like trouble. That is the first thing trouble often smells like. Curiosity takes a formal seat and asks for data. A skiff goes ahead with a sounding lead, bronze head, line knotted at intervals, tallow smeared in its hollow so it will bring back a sample of the bottom. Sand sticks, mud smears, shell scratches. Each tells a depth story and a holding story, because anchors are choosy and rocks prefer hosts. The lead kisses the surface, drops, and comes back with clean sand and a crumb of shell. Good holding, decent depth, no sudden teeth. Inside the inlet the ripples die as if convinced by a speech about serenity. Pretty, someone says, and the helmsman nods with that non-committal politeness he reserves for adjectives that make sailors sloppy. Despite the invitations of silence, a few details walk into the scene wearing yellow flags. The entrance narrows to less than 2 ship lengths. The cliffs loom high enough to steal wind and hide echoes. Voices rebound too slowly for accurate distance. No small fishing boats bob in the mouth. No children throw stones at the nearest gull. No laundry plays on lines in the sun. Smoke rises in a level manner, not column-straight or wind-scratched. Whatever lives here controls air with confidence. The inlet curves left just after you'd commit the rudder, hiding the interior from decision-makers on the outside. A road runs down a gully in straight confidence, built more for moving things fast than for strolling lovers at dusk. The piper stops mid-scratch of a reed, listens, and then pretends his pause was aesthetic. Each ship behind you trims to enter like a guest mindful of a narrow door. Oars shortened, blades feathered flat, hulls gliding on momentum. Odysseus, who has learned that hospitality sometimes wears a mask, holds your vessel just outside the jaws, stern to sea and bow peeking in with a kedge anchor dropped offshore to make backing out more geometry than prayer. The others, grateful for the mirror calm inside, slip past the headlands and find berths near tidy quays of cut stone. Lines run cheerfully, voices brighten. A pair of masts go lightly to sleep. It feels like stepping from rain into a well-lit room. It also feels like closing a door behind yourself in a house where the hinges are new. From the threshold you watch the inlet reveal more of its mathematics. Steep walls on either side trade shade throughout the afternoon. The sun lands in coins on the water and sinks with theatrical precision along the far cliff. Behind the quay, streets align like clever teeth, too regular for shepherds, too practical for poets. You study the current. It moves like a clerk, not a dancer, slow and steady toward the back. Wind at the mouth kisses your cheek. Wind inside seems domesticated, like a goat that knows its name and nobody else's. The helmsman rests one hand on a steering oar and one on the warp line to the kedge. Readiness becomes posture. Given the honeymoon quiet, crews inside begin the rituals of arrival. Water skins ashore, jars presented for an honest refill, sandals untied with that specific sigh ankles reserved for civilization. A slim woman at the quay points toward a public spring with a practiced smile, and a boy offers figs the size of generous thumbs. So far, it is a postcard. Then the woman's shadow passes across your line of sight, and something in the proportion tilts. Longer than seems likely at this hour, edges too crisp, chin lifting higher than the local architecture usually requires. The boy's voice carries oddly, the words spreading wide as if crossing more air than his small chest could push. None of that is conclusive. All of it teaches caution. However careful your bench is, the place has designs. From the inland mouth of the valley, a figure comes down the road at a pace that would qualify as unhurried if the stride were less generous. Shoulders like door lintels, head like a boulder that learned to think, hands considering stones the way you consider fruit. He calls to the woman with the practiced tone of a market crier, and she answers with the boredom of family. These are not giants in the fable sense, all teeth and thunder. They are simply larger than expected people who treat rocks as if they were cabbages. That difference keeps the scene from becoming cartoon, and the realness makes the calm worse. Your skin remembers the Cyclops Cove and files a memo to your spine. Leave the room by the same door you entered. In the harbor's middle, oars lift at ease. Blades lie across tholes. Crews sit on benches like men who have been promised supper and mean to believe it. The first stone arcs not with malice but with competence, rises like a bread loaf in the oven, and then falls with a slap that sends a ring of white racing toward every hull. Masts do not like sudden rings of white. One pole shivers from base to top and bows in surrender, its yard shrugging like a startled limb. A second pole grumbles and sits down into the deck with a sound carpenters will argue about for days. Splashes multiply into a percussion you don't care to name. The harbor that looked like a bowl turns out to be a bowl, and this is how bowls work. Just outside the mouth you learn, again, why merchants whisper to each other that cul-de-sacs are cul-de-sins. The kedge line comes alive under your hands. Oars drop in as if they had been waiting for their cue. The caller's stick finds a tempo that honors panic by refusing to copy it. Backwater at the mouth requires choreography you can't improvise. The blades must enter flat, push a pocket, recover without heel slap, and re-enter on the same side of the world. The helmsman keeps the bow kissing the left-hand cliff just enough to borrow quiet water. The stern talks to the sea outside and asks politely for permission to return to it. Permission is granted to those who sound like they practiced asking. In the inlet, stones continue their tutorial on mass and gravity. Instead of gore, the day writes in symbols. A mast that was straight becomes a question mark. A yard that was proud becomes a bench. A sheet that was a song becomes a snake. Men shout vows and then swallow them because vows are slippery on wet decks. The quay that was crisp becomes crowded with figures whose arms make the sort of angles catapults learn by watching. You do not wait for the class on advanced rock. You do the arithmetic you already studied, distance equals safety, and safety is a verb. Keeping a ship stern to sea and bow in at a cliff is the sort of trick bench discipline makes possible. Starboard oars pull light, port oars bite hungry. Steering oars breathe like accordion bellows. The warp line to the kedge keeps the stern from misbehaving during the change. The caller counts in the tempo of hands receiving clay cups. Steady, steady, steady. A cousin of a boulder frowns itself into the water near the mouth. The splash climbs your thighs and refuses to be your enemy. You back her through the gate and feel the exact moment the harbor's breath gives way to the outside sea's sentence. Later, when the headlands are proper shoulders on your quarter instead of teeth against your nose, the helmsman lets breath and yards resume their friendship with wind. Men inside the inlet are now silhouettes, not names. Boats inside are lessons, not objects. The ring of white has become a lace you are grateful to be on the right side of. The caller puts the stick down, palms it once like a prayer, and then looks at your captain who nods to nobody, which is how you say good decisions aren't speeches. You learn two things the way sailors like to learn, with your body and once. Meanwhile, your mind catalogues the geography that nearly collected you. A cul-de-sac with high walls offers line-of-sight protection from swell. Yes, but it also multiplies the arms of anyone on the rim and shortens the reaction time of anyone below. A narrow entrance works like a string on a purse. Close it, and what's inside belongs to the hands that hold the string. This is why mariners prefer open roadsteads to seductive bowls. In an open roadstead, swell may be bossy and wind may be fickle, but exits exist in 180 degrees of options, and nobody can shut the horizon with a pebble. That's not poetry. That's policy. Noticing that your palms are shaking, you give them the gift of work. Leather at the thole gets its ceremonial pinch of oil. The loom earns a new wrap where the grain rose during the hasty reverse. The brace at your ankles receives the apology ankles owe after useful terror. A knife gets returned to its home, kissed quick against the sheath, so it won't feel abandoned next time it's needed in a hurry. Logistics cleans the heart better than speeches do. You count skins, you count faces, you count oars, and the counting reduces the world to facts that don't break when you lean on them. Out beyond the headlands, the sea resumes its parliament of sensible voices. Wind with notes about direction, chop with notes about cadence, gulls filing minutes in marginal remarks. The helmsman angles you into a reach that keeps cliffs as witnesses rather than authorities. The piper, feeling the proper size again, risks a thin ribbon of sound, not a song, just a line to hang breath on. Everyone inhales the kind of long inhale that makes the ribs choose life over story. There will be stories later. Now is for craft. Perhaps the strangest part of the day is how quickly normal arrives to ask for rent. Sails need trimming even when giants are in your rear view. Lashings need sympathy after they've seen rocks do too much acting. Men need water because fear steals moisture with greedy fingers. The ration officer, bless that unsung hero, dilutes the wine a touch more than usual, a sermon in a bowl about clarity. Barley turns into supper with a noise like small applause. Someone says the word Telepolis, which means far-gated, and the name hooks into brains like a fish into a clever net. Where exactly is that? Sicily's east? Italy's coast at Formi? The Strait of Bonifacio with its carved stone and narrow mouths? Historians are still debating the map behind the myth, and meanwhile the benches keep the chronology honest by not skipping tomorrow. Quietly, survival becomes a list of habits you promise to keep. Sounding leads deserve tallow because tallow brings up truth from the bottom. Anchors love sand more than shell, mud more than pride. Steering oars want small kindnesses done early rather than large apologies made late. Open roadsteads are not cowardice. They are a love letter to options. Cul-de-sacs belong to people who were invited before noon. Stone throwers do not travel far from home, but their arms make home larger than you think. You practice the half-stroke backwater until the boat does it when you dream about it. You will not let your name be driftwood. Relief behaves oddly, it makes people chatty, and then it makes them quiet. Laughter bounces gently a few times and then sits with its head on your shoulder like a friendly cat that spent the day misunderstanding itself. Praise gets distributed the way good captains distribute it. Downward, sideways, never hoarded, and with a little sprinkle for the helmsman who pretends not to like sprinkles. The piper refrains from any triumphal melody. He swabs reeds instead, as if cleaning is the song that fits. Shadows lengthen in good directions, along the grain of distance and under the shins of people who mean to keep moving. Sailors catalog lessons on nights like this the way shopkeepers count after market. First, keys with cut stone in two perfect crescents make handsome traps. Second, entrances that bend out of sight deserve reconnaissance in duplicate with a second skiff and a promise not to commit the mother ship until the second report agrees with the first. Third, never let all ships cross the same threshold. Leave at least one outside, stern to sea, with a kedge laid and the caller rehearsing the silence drill. Fourth, knife stations are not decorations. Fifth, open roadsteads with bouncy water are friends, not inconveniences. Sixth, if any harbor offers calm without a visible reason, treat it like a rhetorical question. Seventh, giants need not be fairy tale sized to be bigger than you're planning. Toward midnight the wake turns into soft chalk lines under the stern, and the sky writes its familiar shortlist of instructions. Keep the bear on your left shoulder, respect the moon when she is a meddler, remember that dawn arrives at the appointed time whether or not you feel ready to greet it. No one says the name of the harbor again. Names have power and you have used enough power for today. Sleep takes the benches in shifts. The iron at your ankles cools to its honest crescent. The loom beside your palm smells of resin and salt and the patience of wood that did not break when stones were trying to impress it. You let the boat finish the last paragraph because boats tell better endings than people when the sea has just reminded everyone about scale. Softness slips across the water like a hand smoothing linen, and the island ahead answers in quiet greens and warm, terraced browns, a place that looks less like a test and more like a long inhalation. A pale beach curls inward as if it were practicing a smile. Tamarisk leans, reeds gossip, and the slope above lifts into oaks with dapple light that seems to know everyone's proper name. Oars climb neatly from the thole pins and hover while the helmsman noses the bow into the little scoop of cove. Pebbles make their crisp syllables as the keel settles, and the longship rests with the sigh of someone who has finished a sentence that took too long to write. Odysseus studies the shore with the face he wears when chance pretends to be hospitality. The order comes down in sane language. Beach her gently, set the kedge, scrape the belly, Mend what time has chewed. No heroics, just care. Careening begins the way good remedies do, slow, methodical, supervised by people who love tools. Stakes bite the higher sand. Lines run from mast and bow to those anchors of patience. And the tide handles the heavy lifting with a competence you'd hire if you could. A dozen hands tip the hull just enough to show the darker side, and the sea's handwriting appears. Barnacles clustered like stubborn coins. We'd beards where speed once lived. Tiny shells that decided your keel was prime real estate. Scrapers, bronze that remembers or set to work with a sound like rain on a roof. Pitch warms in a shallow pan until it flows like reason. A brush of horsehair lays it along seams, renewing the black stitches that keep the sea in the mood to stay outside. Mainstream truth gets its turn. Ancient hulls needed this spa day often, because speed is as mortal as shoulders. Pentaconters were built for beaching, and crews who neglected scraping paid in miles and curses. The smell, pine, salt, old fish, becomes the island's first hymn, and you fall into call and response with it until the keel gleams again like a dark river under a moon you haven't met yet. Rotation takes over in the sober way rotation always does when the ship becomes a village. A watch goes to the ridge with eyes, ears, and a clay whistle for gossip. Another watch turns into carpenters, thole-sleeve tailors, and oar-loom counselors. Water people carry skins up the stream with sandals that learn the alphabet of small stones. Kitchen hands inventory jars and teach picky amphory to stand politely. Rest is also assigned because rest isn't a mood at sea, it's a duty. The caller divides the day into sensible pieces. Work, eat, cool, mend, sing a little when nobody is aiming pebbles at your head. Some old-timers swear by a 4-watch day. Others like 6 smaller slices. Either way, someone is awake, someone is warming pitch, someone is guarding the silver alloy of luck and labor that keeps a voyage from forgetting itself. Campfires bloom in little claybox hearths downwind of the hull, small enough to respect wood and big enough to put appetite in a pleasant mood. A pot balances on smooth stones while the barley considers becoming supper. Fish cured earlier returns to kindness under a patient soak. Greens from the island's friendly edges teach the pot to be hopeful. Gossip circulates in the approved channels, which is to say quietly, and it has a theme this time. A house inland where a woman sings you into forgetting the errands you brought with you. Wine that behaves like conversation made liquid. Guests who become very tame and very pink about the ears and then oink their opinions. The word pigs gets as many laughs as frowns, because sailors like stories and sailors like the truth, and these often share a bench while pretending not to. A clever hand shrugs and says poets embroider. Another says embroidery sometimes covers cold wind. Either way, nobody plans to eat anything unlabeled. Rigging enjoys its own spa day while the hull cools. The square sail comes ashore and spreads like a low cloud upon the sand. Men kneel with palms, eyes, and needles, finding the places where salt taught the weave to be brittle and where wind wrote exclamation points along the bolt rope. Linen patches, thin, stubborn, kind, become small islands stitched with wax thread in a herringbone that grandmothers would salute. Ropes get their haircuts. Frayed tails whipped, eyes spliced anew, seizings sung tight with tarry twine. A dab of tallow on sheet blocks coaxes them back into being politicians rather than tyrants. Obscure but practical. Somebody whispers a trick about rinsing sailcloth in diluted vinegar to shoo mildew from the corners. A cheap magic that smells like salads and good decisions. The yard, built to be shouted at by wind, leans against tamarisk and tries to look humble. It doesn't succeed. Yards never do. Pathways upwards mark themselves as if painted, because goats are cartographers with hooves. A reconnaissance party, soft-footed, polite-handed, goes inland to map streams, collect herbs for stew, and listen to the island's manners. The trail corkscrews through oak and arbutus, and then a clearing opens like a clean page. A low house in good order, smoke in a thin line, and around it a menagerie with the calm you associate with old libraries. Lions blink as if they're remembering poems. Wolves yawn and decide not to be metaphors right now. Pigs, fat, pink, civilized, root delicately as if someone has taught them place settings. The scouts stand just inside the edge of the moment, hands where hands should be, practicing the art of not making the first noise. A woman's voice drifts out of the doorway with the even warmth of bread taken out of a good oven. Later, you'll hear about cups, about flavors that put muscles in their chairs, about gentlemen who suddenly rearranged their vowels. For now, the team returns with news that smells like time and riddle. Rumor behaves like a gull in camp, persistent, curious, ready to fly off with anything that shines. One version says a few of your friends forgot their captain's face within 3 sips and began speaking fluent trough. Another says they were never in danger, merely in a holiday of manners with a hostess who prefers pets to petitioners. A third version says a sudden visitor with winged sandals and a grin like a weather vane pressed a plant called moly into a palm and taught the antidote to trouble. The laughter that follows is real because nerves need it, but the notes at the bottom of the melody are caution. Mainstream knowledge taps you on the shoulder. Circe, daughter of Helios in the old stories, knows herbs and songs the way shipwrights know keels. She changes what you are mostly by changing the story you tell yourself. Historians are still debating whether this episode preserves a memory of an island healer priestess, a coded caution about intoxicants on foreign shores, or a poet's way of file-foldering several visits into a single, excellent tale. Hospitality rules get reviewed as if a magistrate were visiting. Xenia is sacred when everyone agrees on the script. It is awkward when one party edits the stage directions. Odysseus decides to treat the rumor as a weather forecast. Useful, not sovereign. He takes a small party ashore with enough courtesy to host a festival and enough wariness to leave the benches ready. Gifts ride ahead of requests. Wine in honest measure. A spindle of thread for barter that would make any house smile. A bronze brooch with a ship carved into it because flattery can be portable. The rest of you keep the ship a living thing. Oars greased and stacked. Bowline ready for a sprint. Kedge offshore so leaving is a choice, not an agreement. Jokes travel the deck in well-behaved shoes. If pigs are in fashion, someone says, perhaps we should finally practice walking on our knuckles. The bosun lifts an eyebrow the way a stern schoolmaster files sarcasm for future use. Night watch stitches itself into the island's fabric while errands churn inland. First watch sets the rhythm. Checking lines, retensioning the tilt so the hull doesn't sulk on one rib, banking the fire so it glows without gossip. Second watch straightens the little chaos that daylight tolerates. Coils to round, wedges to their dedicated groove on the thwart, sailcloth folded as if it were a respectable shirt. Third watch counts stars and memorizes the wind's grammar, because motion at night writes in a different script. Fourth watch tastes dawn under the tongue and wakes the cook kindly. Across all of it hum the lessons crews don't always sing about. No whistling for wind unless invited. Knives return to their homes so they remember you in a hurry later. Sandals looped over wrists during catnaps so the sea doesn't borrow them for its museum. Obscure but treasured. A thin strip of lead tucked in a reed tube serves as a handy plumb for truing bench repairs, and the sound it makes, a quiet kiss, tells when the hull leans too fondly on one side. Navigation takes a holiday without neglect. The helmsman builds a mental ring of this coast. Points that reflect like polished shell, headlands that collect haze, the exact taste of the air before noon when sea breeze decides it will exist after all. He shows you with hands and pebbles how to mark back bearings. This oak with a broken branch lines up with that tooth of cliff, so your anchorage is true. That notch in the hill kisses the left horn of the cove, so the kedge is honest. Scholars will quarrel about Circe's coordinates for centuries. Mount Circeo on the Italian coast with its old caves and Etruscan whispers. The Pontic shores where river fog writes illusions. An Aegean island whose name crumbled like biscuit. Historians are still debating which geography hides under Homer's language. The helmsman, politely uninterested in quarrels without boats, plants 3 cairns above the beach and calls it good cartography. Oddities get their hour because cruise life turns small tricks into beloved doctrine. Vinegar water wipes keep mildew shy on sail hems. Rosemary sprigs rubbed between palms before rowing persuade muscles to admit they were always going to be brave. Lamb fat mixed with pine soot becomes a primitive bootblack that also keeps leather from sulking. The ration keeper demonstrates the burp, tipping a sealed amphora so gently that one brave bubble of air sneaks up through the wax collar. If it passes, the seal is sound. If it stutters, you rewarm and reseal. A potter among the crew puts a thumbprint on a fresh patch of pitch because, he claims, thumbprints scare leaks. No one believes the theory. Everyone admires the thumb. Seamanship argues for practice even when the land behaves like a bed. The caller runs a low-voice drill on emergency departure, all mime and muscle memory. Oars in hands, blades to water, feather, backwater, quarter rudders breathing, warp line singing, stern kissed by surf and out. The rhythm feels like a lullaby 1 minute and like a thunderclap the next, which is exactly the point. The piper adds a thread of music that teaches lungs a new habit. Quiet power. A boy on the ridge blows the clay whistle twice, not for alarm, but for the joy of hearing a sound answer stone. Circe's island listens. Circe's island shrugs. Circe's island remains a good room to be careful in. Morning wanders back with butter-yellow light, and errands return with faces that have seen something worth keeping and something worth forgetting. Stories sort themselves by the fire like shells by size. Some swear the house is kindness dressed as danger. Some swear the reverse. Someone produces a sprig of moly, white blossom, black root. Says a god with a grin made the introduction. Says one taste made a man feel sturdy where honey had made him suggestible. Skeptics nod politely and say herbs help. The piper invents a tune that pretends to be a cure. Whatever the formula, your friends are here, not squealing. That is the part of the tale you adopt. Mainstream sense adds an entry to the ship's cookbook of wisdom. Unknown cups require known company and known ratios, and a captain who tastes first with his judgment saves the crew from tasting second with their names. Departure rehearses itself into reality after a week that feels like a season. Hull scraped, patched, and proud. Sail mended with dignified islands. Ropes civilized, jars counted. Men rested in a way benches can hear. The island has given what it would give. Fresh water that tastes faintly of stone. Leaves that make stew hum. A mystery that refuses to turn into a map. And a story that will breed more stories whether you fertilize it or not. The launch is a beauty. The kind of teamwork that makes gulls nod. Stakes out, lines in, oars cradling the tide's exhale. Bow flirting with surf, stern sliding back into marriage with movement. The kedge rises like a well-behaved fish. The warp hums a happy chord. The helmsman's posture says the horizon is again an honest idea. Sail lifts after the headland gives permission. A square of linen that remembers how to love wind without promising to marry it. The island shrinks into something that smells of time when you think about it later. Benchmates settle into a cadence that says capable rather than clever. Poets in future rooms will embroider pigs and potions with gold thread because gold photographs well in lamplight. The ledger you carry in your ribs prefers plainer entries. We scraped, we mended, we rotated watches, we ate well, we laughed politely at a witch and declined to be her farm. Historians are still debating where the house stood and what exactly happened beneath its roof. Sailors are not debating that care, the unheroic kind, paid for the next miles. The Longship takes the ocean sentence and adds a clause about prudence, and the wake behind underlines the point in foam. Nightfall folds itself over the mast like a shawl, and the island behind becomes time on the tongue while the island ahead resolves into rumor. No lights, no smoke, only a darker stripe where sky forgets to be sky. The order passes in a voice that carries respect rather than drama. Steer for the edge of the world, or for whatever the edge calls itself this season. Benches hush. The caller tucks his stick beneath one thigh as if timing should be handled by breath alone. Even the Olos keeps quiet tonight. Music might invite the wrong audience. Orders assemble on deck like responsible relatives, each with a job and none with a speech. Lash the spare oars, double lash those with a habit of chattering. Run lifelines along the centerline so hands can find home in fog. Set a kedge forward because backing out of an omen looks better when it happens quickly. The helmsman asks for half-voice cadence, and the crew gives him heartbeat rowing. Long slides, quiet catches, releases feathered like apologies. Odysseus counts jars as if they were arguments he intends to win by patience alone. Ropes make their own weather when the night is like this. Coils lie open, not tight, so they won't throw tantrums when grabbed in a hurry. Seizings get a last pinch, whippings a last kiss of twine. A spare painter rides under the rail, its bitter end knotted in a shape your fingers can read without eyes. Not speak better than speeches when stars hide. Bowlines become handshakes, sheet bends become quiet marriages. Round turns with two half-hitches become the little treaties that keep gear from exploring careers as ghosts. Libations claim a stretch of deck with the small dignity of any ritual that prevents bigger, messier stories. Honey, milk, water, wine. Each in its jar, each with a stopper stung with wax so no wave gets to edit the recipe. Barley sits in a bowl that remembers other evenings. The instructions are practical. Pour in the right order at the right place, promise what you can pay, and keep your language tidy. The poem will talk about trenches and shadows. The bench translates that into a controlled spill in a circle of sand hauled aboard in a pan. No gore, no drama, just offerings arranged the way sailors arrange everything worth not losing. Sails stay lowered because squares hate mystery. A whisper of canvas goes up only after the headland says, "Friend," with its shape. The mast wears a reefing line pre-run like a thought you'll need to finish quickly. If the air behaves, oars go to half duty. If the air sulks or toys or lies, benches pay the old price. Tonight the cloth gets a modest triangle, a compromise between prayer and prudence. Somewhere aft the yard creaks in a conversational tone. The kind you hear from elders when weather brings up old business. Currents turn scholarly where charts end. The helmsman listens with his knees and hands for that sideways insistence that means river in the sea. The encircling stream Homer names ocean. It may be a tide race. It may be an eddy thrown off a headland long enough to learn personality. It may be a simple meeting of waters that think they own the place. Sound changes under the bow when the boat crosses invisible borders. The keel hears it first, then your ribs, then your head. Mist arrives in strips like linen torn carefully by someone who meant you no harm but wanted to make a point. Skeptics have work to do, too. Some say Underworld is a cape with better branding than basalt, perhaps the southern jaw of Laconia, Tinarum, where caves invite more stories than wind. Others vote for Epirus, where the Acheron and its friends braid a valley so solemn it teaches visitors to whisper. A different camp points north toward the Black Sea and its sudden fogs and winter-sleeping sunlight, home of the Cimmerians in the song. Historians are still debating which coastline the poem borrowed, whether many places wrote a single mask, or whether the map is a metaphor for the long interior trip no or can shorten. On the bench, metaphors and headlands share a job. Tell hands what to do next. Knots multiplied when minds started counting the ways the night might ask questions. A triple C stopper on the libation jar, not because shades steal, but because swell does. A figure 8 on the end of the lifeline so cold hands won't discover an end without a warning bump. A reef not waiting in the small of the sail to keep surprise honest. Someone snaps a small loop into the wrist cord for the piper's reeds. A man can forget himself during ceremonies. A deck should not forget his tools. Voices travel strangely when fog is the ceiling of the world. Water talks in sentences with no subject. Pebbles near shore say almost in the same key as fear. Seabirds make questions that your tongue cannot answer. The lookout drops to a crouch so knees can read more of the sound. The Proreus points with 2 fingers when a swell lifts different from its cousin. The sign for something solid has opinions out there. The helmsman answers with a sigh into the steering oars that means, "I heard it too." And the ship shifts her weight like a cat deciding not to jump. Charts, in the paper sense, don't live on this deck. Your atlas is a stack of rehearsed comparisons. The smell of land loses salt and gains leaf. The temperature on cheeks falls half a thumb when a river slides into the sea. The taste of spray acquires a mineral afterward that no poet would choose but every sailor learns. Dead reckoning keeps its quiet abacus. Time, speed, heading, the last thing that felt certain. You drag the lead once for courage and twice for knowledge. The tallow in its hollow brings up a fingerprint of bottom. Mud with a grit of shell, honest holding if you need to anchor a thought. Practice loves to rehearse even when the stage is small and the audience is rumored. The caller lays out the silence drill. For strokes and freeze. 10 breaths, blades flat on the skin of the world. Listen. Repeat. Backwater happens with hands more than arms so bubbles don't tell strangers where your stern thinks home is. Lines lie ready for a kedge set either direction. A ship that can leave forward and backward at the same competence is a ship that has thought about tomorrow. Wind keeps its counsel and then offers a compromise. Enough to edge the cloth, not enough to swagger. The square remembers how to be humble, riding half high. A short wall that keeps your course from sliding while benches do the math of miles. The piper tries a single note and decides the sea is already singing. He pockets the reed and drapes the strap across his shoulder, a gesture that translates into every crew's language as, "We will use breath in quieter ways." Debate does not end when work begins. It simply softens its volume. Is the encircling river tangible water or a way to tell you that beyond the familiar sits a ring of uncertainty? Are shades voices of memory, or the wind changing costume as cliffs bend the sound? Does the trench in the poem point to a real sandbar that traps currents and tempers? Or is it the writer's way of tying a ribbon around a scene so later singers won't misplace it? Historians are still debating these questions, and the boat lets them because the sea, unlike arguments, always pays its debts in motion. Ritual climbs aboard with clean feet. A shallow furrow of sand near the mast receives the first libation. Milk, white as the idea of home, poured in a circle that pretends to be a door. Honey follows, gold on the white, a sweetness meant for anything listening that prefers dessert to drama. Wine arrives next, cut with water to sailor's honesty, the red turning the circle into a confession of abundance that you promise to manage better. Barley seeds finish the ring, small stars thrown to the floor on purpose. Words follow in the normal voice. Invitations to remember and be remembered. Vows that do not bankrupt the next harbor. Thanks that admit ignorance without pride. Coastlines, when they choose to be solemn, remove detail the way fog removes color. A low murmuring becomes the teeth of a beach. A darker stripe resolves into driftwood counsel. A fishing weir abandoned long ago sketches itself into black lines that wave turns into warnings. The helmsman holds outside the suck of the current that wants to carry the bow into an embrace it will regret. The longship breathes shallow, the way people do when a room goes quiet for a name. Navigation under these terms is partly geology, partly theology, partly the kind of math that refuses paper. Pebble talk grows louder to port, weaker to starboard. That means a bar somewhere ahead. The helmsman asks for starboard light, port hungry. Oars obey with the kind of obedience that comes less from fear than from practice. A skiff goes forward on a line like a question mark, and returns with an answer written in wet rope. Here, not there. The ship slides along a narrow thought toward a wider one. Work takes the mind back from its hobbies. Oars, lashed earlier for silence, get new lashings to keep them still during the ritual. Clatter would be an unkind guest. Bilge water gets lifted by scoop to lighten the hull's complaints. A sleeve at the thole gets tightened because squeal is impolite to gods and helmsmen both. The iron brace at ankles shows its better nature. Not a chain, a compass, a way to keep bones honest when focus slips toward the circle on the sand. Silence acquires weight when everyone agrees to share it. Even the gulls respect the ceiling and choose another room to shout in. The caller does his counting with eyelids. The length of a blink equals your pause. The opening equals your inhale. The close equals your catch. You feel, rather than hear, the moment when the crew breathes at once. A chorus too quiet for the next world to notice and too strong for this world to ignore. Stars would help, but the sky has opinions about audience size tonight. Instead, a new starlight arrives under the oar blades. Minute greenish sparks when water is disturbed. The sea's way of making its own constellations. Each release paints a little curve of light that says, present, present, present. Sailors have half a dozen names for the trick because naming comfort is one of the crafts of sleep. The helmsman forbids childlike splashing with a look, and the crew behaves like adults pretending not to be 7. Morning prepares itself without informing you first. The east develops a bruise that isn't the weather. It's light thinking aloud. Fog thins to gauze and then to imprecise silk. A beach finds you rather than the reverse. A low, unpromising crescent of shingle with a stream that smells of coins and stone. The piper takes up his tool not to play, but to bite the reed gently while he watches, which turns out to be his version of prayer. Return to ceremony before appetite, the captain reminds, and the reminder saves someone from telling a joke at the wrong time. A landing party goes ashore with jars and respect, not with swords and curiosity. A circle gets drawn on honest earth. The libations remember their order, the names, those of absent mothers and patient friends. Enter the air as if the air had pockets. The poem that will be made from this day will mention darker offerings. The deck keeps the sharp parts in the story and the soft parts in the hands. Whatever listens, listens. Whatever needed saying, you say. Memory takes the first seat on the way back to deeper water. The kedge comes aboard with sand on its flukes like a seal of approval. The warp sings under tension and then goes slack in relief. Oars enter water the way polite people enter rooms, no splashing. The caller gives a thread of rhythm and then hides it so the sea can pretend to have invented it. Behind, the beach steps into its old job of being a line no one notices from offshore. Lessons collect themselves and demand inventory. First, libations aren't magic tricks. They are ways to order minds so hands behave during mystery. Second, lifelines and light reins on the sail convert edge of the world into narrow channel, which is a kind of promotion. Third, the map in your skull, made of smell and sound and temperature, is a tool as good as any bronze pin on a scholar's wall. Fourth, sometimes the dead you visit are the versions of yourselves that would have stayed on the beach or opened the bag or boasted at a cliff. Saying hello and goodbye to them is useful seamanship. Fifth, historians are still debating which cape or cove the old singers borrowed for their stage. The boat will keep rowing whether or not the footnotes ever agree. Finally, the paraffin light of full day lies across the planks, ordinary and unambiguous. And the crew remembers prosaic chores with gratitude. Amphorae go back to their cradles. The sand circle gets swept into a jar and given back to the tide like a secret that doesn't mind retiring. The piper tries a fragment of melody and the ship hums along. Not loud, not brave, just glad. The helmsman points the bow toward water that wears sky again, and the iron at your ankles warms into its usual counsel. Brace, breathe, belong. There will be singing shores ahead that ask for wax and cunning. There will be teeth in rocks that ask for timing and trust. For now, the only voices are wind and wood, and both pronounce your name correctly. Morning lifts like a thin veil, and the Longship glides into a reach of sea that seems weirdly attentive. The way a room gets when someone important is about to speak. Rumor traveled down the benches during last watch, trading places with the Aulos Silver Line. A stretch of water where songs are cunning, where voices know your name before you say it, where caution wears beeswax like armor. Orders arrive low and clear, not a lecture, more like a recipe. Soften the wax, share the plugs, lash the captain to the mast, and keep the beat that belongs to your lungs, not to strangers. Beeswax needs persuasion before it becomes a guardian. So a pot warms it just enough to turn firm sun yellow into obedient butter. Palms knead, thumbs fold. The ship smells like spring honey and old wood married by smoke. Bits get rolled into ovals sized to your ear, then pressed to the seam where cartilage pretends to be tree bark. Some wrap a whisper of wool around the wax to give it a leash. Pulls out easier if panic shows up, though panic is not invited. The caller inspects for gaps with the solemnity of a priest making sure a door really closes. Hands reach for lines with the affectionate caution saved for family heirlooms. The sail takes its modest square because wind happens to be in a cooperative mood, but oars will do the delicate work. Leather at the thole gets a little oil as prelude. Sleeves get straightened. Wool salt wrappings look smug in that useful way. The helmsman tests the steering oars with 2 slow breaths of pressure, small as apologies and just as necessary. A kedge sits coiled near the bow like a contingency thought. No drama, simply prudence with a bronze smile. Nobody makes jokes when the mast receives a careful lattice of rope around your captain's chest and arms. The lashing is a set of figure eights across ribs and down to the mast step, comfortable as safety can be, tight without spite. Odysseus nods at the man on each knot as if he's paying wages in gratitude. Tradition says he orders this restraint so his mind can hear what his body must not obey. A few oarsmen exchange the look sailors use when a plan is both theatrical and sensible. All right then, we'll be your ears, you be our curiosity. Rhythm becomes policy at the first hint of the headland that locals never quite name. The piper watches for eye contact from the caller, then tucks his reeds away so breath will belong to rowing alone. Cadence drops to a walking pace that adores endurance. Long slide in, clean catch, patient drive, uncluttered release, feather, repeat. Vowels would ride beautifully here if you were allowed to sing. Instead the song becomes internal, a whispering count along your bones. Out on the starboard quarter, the sea's color climbs one note toward glass green. Somewhere ahead, a curve of rock hides an audience. Sailors everywhere collect obscure tricks, and on this day those little talismans line the deck like good luck stones. A sliver of lamb fat smoothed on the loom prevents grain bite when anxiety wants to squeeze the handle. Fennel stalks tucked behind ears remind jaws to unclench. A final dab of pitch on a suspect scene promises silence even if awe tries to rattle bolts. One veteran swears by pinching the nose at the instant the first note arrives, as if tricking your own skull into thinking the world forgot to invent sound. You keep the gesture ready, not because it's in any manual but because belief sometimes is. Singing, when it comes, doesn't arrive like thunder or trumpet. It steps onto the water on bare feet. The first tone tastes like a memory of your mother measuring flour, the second tastes like the breath you take right before a kiss, and the third names your hometown without your consent. Wax blunts the words but not their shape. Consonants die, vowels survive, and meaning squeezes through like sunlight filtering a reed mat. Odysseus stiffens against the mast rope. The helmsman fixes his gaze wide as a horizon, pretending to watch everything except the thing he cannot afford to see. Balance is suddenly the only thing that matters. Oars need perfect parity. Port and starboard matching so precisely that the boat's pulse doesn't offer your attention up like a platter. The caller raises his stick and draws a straight, invisible line across the air. This is the road, stay between its ditches. Every catch snaps into agreement. Every finish relaxes without flab. The ship translates self-control into velocity so smoothly it feels like humility. Pebble beaches whisper behind a rock to your right. The wake writes a sentence with no adjectives. Mainstream knowledge loiters above the benches like a friendly annotation. Homer's sirens promise knowledge, not merely pleasure. They vow to compress the whole world into one song because the quickest way to own a sailor is to offer him a chart with every coast included. Later art will give them wings or fishtails. Earlier minds likely pictured voices with bodies only as an afterthought. Scholars will note that ancient rowers used work songs arranged by breath, 2 shorts and a long, the anapestic heartbeat that matches slide drive. Some crews preferred dactyls, others leaned into paeans. Either way, music rode biomechanics. Your lungs agree, and you shelter inside that agreement like a traveler ducking under a clean awning during sudden rain. Debate sneaks a chair to the feast even now. Is this headland rock and wind that poets upgraded to myth? A musician's echo trap that multiplies sound? A navigational hazard disguised in story so crews remember to rig wax and discipline before rounding it? Many point toward the Sorrento promontory, toward Capri's limestone flanks, toward the Parthenopean coast. Others argue for Sicilian cousins. A minority, stubborn and charming, insists the sirens never cared for maps. Historians are still debating whether any single bay owns the song, and whether sirens were a warning label for treacherous harmonics in narrow seas. Inside the wax world, a new danger tries its luck. Your own skull. The mind begins to recommend tiny departures. What if one earplug lifts just a finger's breadth, purely for research? What if the rhythm loosens for a single breath? What if your eyes peek over shoulder to catch the creature of the rumor? Training, thank everything good, answers faster. Brace holds ankles. Legs drive with no drama. Hips hinge like doors well-oiled. Back follows with the resistant kindness of a bow before release. The oar becomes a metronome that refuses to let thought turn into an experiment. Odysseus jerks against the lashing, then lifts his chin not in a denial but in a kind of tragic applause you can read even from the benches. He is listening to the short route home, knowledge concentrated to a knife, and he will not be given it. That's the shape of duty for captains sometimes. Consenting to ache while others safeguard the keel. The rope hums under strain. The mast receives his argument and replies with steadfast grammar. No. Breathing claims your mouth with authority that no song can steal. Out on the slide, in on the drive, little sips through the nose when sea spray insists, longer sips when cadence asks for grace. It helps to put your attention down in your feet. Feel the brace curve. Find the exact point where ankle bones nestle into wood. Trust that contact more than the music that wants the real estate between your ears. Some benches add a silent chant. Blade water, hips, hands. Others prefer catch, drive, release, feather. Both are true. Both keep your face from turning toward a cliff dressed as a choir. Obscure knowledge peeks out of the kit bag and waves. Some crews mix beeswax with a pinch of ash to dim its shine and stiffen it in heat. Others seeded the plug with a twist of flax so sweat wouldn't send it wandering. Archaeologists will someday argue over little cork cones found near harbor dumps, wondering if they were earplugs or bottle stoppers. A few nautical tinkerers swear by smearing a bead of honey on the outside of a plug to glue it to a stubborn ear. You keep the technique simple, warm, knead, fit, press because simple survives better in chop. Closer to the teeth of the headland, the water darkens and flattens, as if shy under attention. A pair of porpoises surface in left-right choreography that resembles applause. Their equanimity prevents panic. Rock shelves slide past under the surface, ghost gray and sly. Each threatens to become a future you won't like if you drift toward it with ears instead of with judgment. The helmsman keeps the bow 2 or lengths off the line he drew inside his eyebrows 30 heartbeats ago. It's the look he wears when wind and rock are both trying to get elected. Silence on a bench is not lack. It is occupation. The caller's stick draws breath and, without striking, nonetheless counts. A mild wake climbs the quarter as if to admire form. You refuse to break posture for compliments, real or imagined. The piper watches knuckles. Pale means tension. Pink means oxygen. Red means future cramps, and makes the hand signal for softened grip when a new man squeezes like thee or owes him money. Crew culture excels at this. Corrections without commentary, because egos make terrible ballast. Perhaps the strangest part of the sirens is how their promise mimics good seamanship. We will tell you everything. You will need to want nothing. Seamanship answers, wanting the right amount is how boats live, want the correct wind, want the useful current, want the clean catch, not the glory of knowing all coasts at once. In that debate, the benches vote with wood and breath. The Longship takes the outside line, the line that belongs to those who don't stop to admire the poster before they leave the theater. A mainstream note threads itself neatly into the moment. Later Greek poets will multiply sirens and clothe them with bird parts, explaining cliffs and bones as leftovers from choices made by people who heard and then forgot tide tables. But the Homeric scene gives no gore, only the peril of attention misapplied. You keep attention on your square inch of world, wrists, loom, brace, breath, and in doing so help the larger inches remember theirs. The absence of tragedy is hard to celebrate, yet it is the exact goal of the day. Long minutes pass in unadvertised heroism. The bow slides into honest sea again, water that lifts and drops with wind's ordinary grammar instead of with voice's ambitions. Your shoulders discover they've been clenched against a chorus and begin to forgive you. Odysseus sags into the lashing, then laughs, soundless behind your wax, but you can tell by the way the rope eases that relief has replaced that auditorium look in his eyes. The caller taps once, a tiny benediction. The helmsman allows the rudders to think about relaxation without granting it fully. Wax removal is almost comic after all that theater. A twist, a pinched roll, and the plugs emerge like compliant pairs. Sound rushes back in, not in a flood. More as a reminder that the sea has been murmuring this whole time and doesn't mind if you become aware again. Voices step onto deck with their normal clothes on, hands to water. Check that sleeve. Ease the sheet a finger. The ship resumes its favorite identity, functional. Debate will hold its afterparty at supper. Was the headland Sorrento, where cliffs carve the sky into perfect staves? Perhaps the islands near Capri, where stone archives gossip in room-filling echoes. Maybe a Sicilian ledge, one of the places where currents trick ears into hearing choirs. Historians are still debating the coordinates and the mechanics of the myth. Some insist the music represents knowledge stolen from the dead. Some say it stands in for pilot books unwisely preferred over pilots. On a bench, the only theory that matters is the one that got you through wax, rope, rhythm. Technique, free from immediate danger, takes a victory lap disguised as housekeeping. The loom gets a thumb's worth of oil at the bearing point. The sleeve settles with a sigh into the exact spot where it erases squeak. The feather at the finish becomes a promise not to slap. The release looks like an apology given correctly. The square sail gets another handspan of cloth and starts to carry like a reliable mule. A shoal half a mile to port complains in the language of pale green. You ignore its envy. Songs return, but this time they're yours. A low work chant threads itself between benches and vowels that respect breath. Row, row, rest, row. With consonants tapping lightly on the catch. Somebody adds a counterline about bread. Someone else adds a harmony that pretends to be about weather and is actually about relief. In the throat, anapests feel like oars. In the chest, oars feel like anapests. The ship becomes a choir in the unheroic key of competence. Obscure corners of culture stick a head over the rail and grin. Some crews use a rowing flute, not for music but as a pitch pipe, a quick toot before a set to remind bodies of the note that pairs with cadence. Others prefer a small drum skin to tick off the first 10 strokes of a sprint. A handful carry tiny plugs of molded beeswax stamped with a seal. Bees, dolphin, a simple sun, so no man mistakes whose plug is whose when ears get communal. You consider carving 3 lines on yours, notches to remind you that restraint came in 3 forms today. Wax in ears, rope on mast, hands on oars. A gull laughs like a gossip above the yard, declaring ordinary weather has resumed. The helmsman's shoulders drop by a coin's width, the universal sign of acceptable. The caller leans his stick across his knees and doesn't need it for a quarter hour because the ship now breathes exactly on its own. Odysseus accepts water with a face that has decided to be human again. Nobody asks him to describe the song. Nobody asks to be described. That is seamanship too. Long shadow afternoon shapes the wake into calligraphy with fewer curlicues. A headland that isn't cursed raises its profile to starboard, inviting a night stop by offering 3 things sailors love. A spring loud enough to be found by ear, a slope that forgives ankles, and a beach that lets a hull kiss without biting. Course angles in, then out. The ship keeps her distance because the day already spent its allowance of closeness to cliffs. Supper begins to smell like onions making friends with barley. Mainstream history asks for one last word before the pots first boil. Ancient rowing wasn't a death sprint. It was an endurance craft tuned to the music of lungs. Hence songs that sat inside work, not on top of it. Square sails did their best with quartering or following winds. Oars made harbors and hazards obey sense. Wax has been sailor tech at least since bees thought of ships as mobile meadows. These are not glamorous truths. They are sturdy. Historians are still debating metrical mapping. Did anapests dominate, or did crews mix measures by mood and water? And whether professional calustai trained like musicians. The benches don't mind the debate. They make music by moving. Quiet lands on the deck with the same grace it left, and the piper allows himself a small line, only to test if the world is done giving opinions for the day. It is. Men relax into versions of themselves that have time for food. Wax gets tucked into a pouch with reverence equal to that given to good knives and family stories. The iron brace at ankles warms from sun into suspicion that it has always been friendly. Someone hums a tune his mother used to hum while stirring. Someone else hums the keel's version of the same tune. Agreement reigns. Finally the sky's blue dims to the gentlest useful gray, and stars rehearse their first notes. The ship answers with economy rather than drama. Coils stacked, jars stoppered. Knives where knives go. Sandals looped round wrists for naps. Watch posted with a boy keen enough to notice a joke and gentle enough not to invent one. If dreams come, let them come with oars. If songs come, let them be yours. If maps want to sing, let them wait until morning. Dawn writes a thin line of pewter along the water, and the helmsman reads it the way a librarian reads marginalia. Calm sentence, anxious subtext. Word has been circling the benches since last watch that today's corridor is a narrow one. A hallway between a rock that bites and a whirl that bargains badly. The caller's stick remains across his knees, as if even wood should be economical around this headland. Oars take their places like letters set by a careful scribe. Breath squares itself to the job. A gull draws an exclamation mark over the bow and leaves, which is as honest a weather report as any tablet. Charts in the paper sense remain a luxury for men who write at tables. Yours are the living sort. A tally of tide timing learned from other coasts. The taste of salt when river water hides in it. the way cliff echo turns voices into estimates of distance. Old hands hum about a strait that splices two big seas together, a venue where Sicily and the toe of Italy stand close enough to disagree tidally. Fast water here, reverse there, eddies making a family of little tempests. Most modern tellers point to the Strait of Messina for the drama named Scylla and Charybdis. Earlier singers leave room for cousins elsewhere along stubborn coasts. Historians are still debating whether Homer's stage directions pin to this map cleanly or to a composite of hazards, and whether the whirlpool is a living thing, a tide race, or a metaphor with wet hands. Your job is simpler than theirs. Listen, row, pass. Practice owns the first hour because practice is ballast. The caller sets a rehearsal right on the open water. 10 strokes at harborcom cadence, then 10 at a brisk clip with short recoveries, your quick recovery set. Then 10 back to long, deliberate pulls that move water more by tidiness than by force. Port and starboard learn to obey different orders without bruising each other's feelings. Port 3 hard while starboard keeps it kind. Then reverse, a sideways translation of effort that slides the bow left or right without allowing panic to touch the loom. The quarter rudders breathe in their hinge pins, opening and closing like polite lungs. You can feel the ship practicing a slalom you haven't met yet. Orders like to live on lists when cliffs have opinions. Lash amphory tighter in their cradles. Silence every squeak at the tholes with brine wool and a thumb of oil. Set a kedge forward with line fair to a bow chock so backing out of a mistake is geometry instead of prayer. Station a hand at each knife so cut and now are synonyms. Lay out spare oars along the gunwales with handles aft so no one spears a friend while enthusiasm is trying to become help. The bag of resin moves like a ceremonial object from hand to hand. Smear, grip. Remember, the iron brace at ankles gets its ritual greeting from shins. The curve answers, steady. Helmsman patience becomes the day's first sermon. He grips the steering oars not like reins for a fight, but like a friend's hand when crossing a narrow bridge. Ahead of the bow, faint lines on the water tell complicated stories. Catspaw scribbles where wind puts its initials. Slick ellipses where eddies yawn. Bright scratches where standing waves show teeth. He points without pointing. Chin to a darker patch that means depth. A pursed lip toward a belt of paler green that means rock shelf. 2 quiet taps on the starboard steering or that translate as, I will need you when I say so, not when you guess. Across the current, a shiver in the sea's handwriting announces the first of the day's math problems. Seams cross the surface at an oblique angle, as if a giant invisible fish were wagging a fin under the keel. On one side of the seam, ripples hurry. On the other, they hesitate. Sheer. Someone whispers, and the hull nods to confirm. Where waters meet with different ambitions, boats learn their own minds or confess they never had one. You plant your blade with more attention to vertical, avoiding the lazy angles that a bossy eddy punishes. Ahead, the coastline shrinks into a puzzle that invites names. On your right, a pale wall climbs from the water with caves for punctuation. Mouths where waves practice consonants. On your left, the sea reaches out with little hands and draws circles under the skin. Not toys exactly, but certainly not furniture. The song calls one side Scylla, giving the rock a personality because it feels ruder to be struck by a thing than by a character. It calls the circling drinker Charybdis, as if naming a whirlpool made it a citizen. You see geology, hydraulics, geometry, and a generous helping of storytelling varnish. No harm in the varnish as long as the wood gets all the real care. Under the keel, plank and rib do their quiet genius. Mortise and tenon joints lash harmony together so the boat flexes instead of arguing with every chop. Pitch seals with a black grin, forgiving yesterday's knocks. Flex is not sloppiness. It is choreography. When the bow climbs a standing wave and the stern is still reading last chapter, that flex keeps the middle from sulking. You keep the stroke flatter than on open water. No heroic tearing of the blade below the knee. Because heroic here is spelled clean. Between rock and whirl, the textbook choice in the poem is to hug the cliff rather than test the dringer's appetite. The logic is simple even if the mythology adds teeth you prefer not to discuss at bedtime. A known push from rock-resonant backwash beats the chance of being gulped by a drain that rearranges boats into lessons. Odysseus lifts a palm without flourish. The caller answers by setting a cadence that feels like determination sewn to caution. Port prepares to work harder, starboard to hold the line softly but precisely. The quarter rudders will do the dance they were carved for, one biting, one soothing. Closer to the granite grammar of the right-hand wall, oars feather as thin as honest promises. No splash announces your passing to the cliff face that likes to pretend it's a drum. The piper stays off the reed. Cadence has to ride tendons and breath alone, or else echo will invite guesswork about where your stern is hiding. Even your laughs are silent, internal jokes about being the quietest loud group in the world. The Longship slides into the narrow as if it were designed for exactly this and every other thing boats were designed for. Around the first corner of water's mischief, a new voice joins the choir. A low roar ahead left, rising and falling in a tempo that could belong to a sleeping animal if the animal happened to be a drain. The whirl is not a cartoon hole but a bully of a set, sucking on slack water, spitting it in baffled circles, inviting bows that drift too close to practice spinning before breakfast. The crew's answer to invitations today is no, thank you, perhaps another time, we're allergic to circles. The helmsman shifts his weight half a finger, tugging starboard rudder open by a thumb, and the whole ship agrees to believe in that thumb. Inside your ribs, the metronome tightens. Catch, drive, release, feather. 4 little rooms you visit at the proper time. No loitering, no double occupancy. Legs go first because legs are boats' favorite engines. Hips hinge like a good gait. Back follows like a bow drawn taut. Arms sign the last neat signature. The iron under your ankles reads your honesty and repays it with stability. Any temptation to stare at the whirl gets told to file a request in triplicate and come back in winter. Without ceremony, an obscure trick tiptoes aboard from the deep drawer of sailor folklore. A thin pour of oil from a spoon at the bow, not to flatter the sea but to quiet the worst chatter in a patch of fretful chop. Old writers swear a little oil flattens short waves and shows rocks truer on the skin of the water. Skeptics shrug and say belief is the best part of the bottle. The helmsman indulges a thimbleful where glare made a lie, and the lie softens into readable text. Superstition? Perhaps. Also helpful. Elsewhere in the world, whirls have other names that prove the genre is not solely poetic. Corvrecken off Scotland shouts its credentials in tidal moonlight. The Euripus near Chalkies runs its contrary streams so confusingly that Aristotle reputedly muttered about it for days. The Naruto whirlpools between Awaji and Shikoku twirl tourists and seaweed with equal cheer in future centuries. The message is practical: water does this. People make songs because songs stick. Historians are still debating whether Charybdis was once a truly violent sink, or whether the violence lives mostly in adjectives, and whether seasonal winds sculpted the legend more than tides did. The rower's version runs: treat every seam as if it were capable of being the day's headline. Perhaps the most fragile part of the corridor is your own attention. That rock to starboard barks with sound even when it does nothing else. Your inner ear would love to look up and translate acoustics into stories. The caller steals that attention politely by offering a pattern, a stack of 8s. 8 long, 8 quick, 8 long. Then a different stack of 6s. Patterns feed brains and keep them from wandering toward cliff songs. You consent to be fed. Curiosity can pack a lunch and wait. Numbers sneak in because numbers comfort people who are currently employed by water. Stroke rate climbs from 20-ish to something near 30 in short bursts, then levels down to patient 20s for the long holds. Distances compress oddly inside a noise corridor. 100 heartbeats feel shorter than a single echo. Later scholars will try to reconstruct ancient cadence from pottery and poetry. Were anapests the default? Did Calusti meter time like musicians? But historians are still debating tempo, and anyway your lungs vote for what works now. Another temptation volunteers in friendly clothes. To overrow. Power feels virtuous. Overpowering in a sheer, however, invites the bow to scull into the wrong room. The helmsman gives the famous 2-finger waggle that means smooth, not strong. You let a little power leak out of your shoulders and relocate it to timing. The boat thanks you by stopping a small habit of snake that you didn't notice you had. Beyond the first hot spot, a quieter patch promises reward and tries to make you lazy. Odysseus resists by keeping the lashings on the thought, not just on the mast. He points with cheekbones to the next wrinkle in the world ahead. a seam where the drinker throws a cousin to meet you later. The caller keeps the count like a baker who intends to feed a village and refuses to burn the last loaves. You live stroke to stroke because stroke to stroke is actually a way to think about a whole day without scaring yourself. Meanwhile, the right-hand wall proves it has hobbies. Backwash writes fat elbows where waves collide with itself and come sulking home. The trick is to meet those elbows with the blade flat and the wrists forgiving. If you spear them, they repay your zeal with slap. If you caress them, they return little stealable bits of forward. You learn to hear elbow water as a pitch lower than ordinary wash, a useful audition note for future you in a different narrow. Sometime mid-passage, humor sneaks back in like a cat. A benchmate wiggles his eyebrows at the exact second a swirl under the bow makes the whole boat hop, and his face says, in the common language of mariners, "I did that," as if he kept a whirlpool in his sleeve. Even the helmsman's shoulder almost laughs. Laughter at such a volume does not attract cliffs. It attracts breath, and breath keeps rhythm civil. Relief tempts early, but the helmsman's ankles have better manners than anyone's feelings. He waits until the roar to port drops a note and the rock to starboard swallows its echoes before letting the ship widen its path a little. Oars answer by lengthening the slide. The caller shuts his eyes for 3 strokes to feel whether the boat is truly free. The answer comes in the grammar of motion. Now you may look up, now you may breathe in the wasteful way, now you may believe in a longer sentence. Afterwards the world seems almost impertinently ordinary. The sea resumes its familiar committees. Puffs here, chop there. An honest swell on the beam that writes a rolling baseline under the benches. A pair of fishing boats work a net ahead, and ordinary voices bounce across ordinary water. Names, jokes, negotiations about supper. You tuck extraordinary back into its drawer because humans are not built to hold a corridor open all day. The caller knocks the stick once on the thwart, a signal that says both "well done" and "stop thinking about well done." Lessons line up like gear after landfall. First, hugging rock was not bravado, it was risk management. Second, quick recovery strokes with clean catches carve a slalom out of water that thought it didn't want one. Third, quarter rudders are less like steering wheels and more like diplomacy conducted in pressure and patience. Fourth, sheer seams tell the truth if you stop trying to make them lie. Fifth, superstition about oil can be theater. Sometimes theater helps the crew see what discipline already knows. Sixth, historians are still debating Messina as the single address for this chapter, and whether boats of your era experienced a true gulper. Sailors are content to call any place that behaves like this by those famous names as a warning label. Finally, the light tilts gold and kind, coloring the orlooms the way fires color olive trunks at dusk. Hands that gripped as if conviction were friction now remember how to be hands. The iron under your ankle stops feeling like an exam and resumes its honest career as punctuation. Brace, breathe, belong. The helmsman gives the rudders an affectionate pat only he will admit to. Odysseus' voice relaxes half a tone as he asks for water, wine cut in sailor's proportions, and a song later that belongs to the crew, not to the map. Supper plans include onions doing civil conversation with barley. Sleep plans include benches that kept their promises. The Longship lengthens her stride into agreeable sea, and your ribs find the old rhythm again, the one that refuses to clap for cliffs. Sunlight braids itself through a sky so clean it almost feels rehearsed, and the headland ahead opens to a meadow that could be a painting if paintings smelled like thyme and warm rock. A low surf lays lace on a crescent of pale sand. Behind it, gentle hills roll out a pasture so green your sore eyes try to forgive the world. Cattle move there like polished amber, horns curved like crescents somebody drew with a steady hand. Word passes bench to bench with the hush reserved for temples. This is Thrinacia, the grazing ground of the sun's sacred herd. Your captain's voice carries the warning you already know by heart. Land if we must, touch nothing with hooves or horns, let hunger argue with honor and lose. Ahead, the beach accepts the keel with a courteous sigh, and the Longship lies back on the tide as if taking a breath after a difficult conversation. Oars slide inboard. Thole sleeves get a last pinch of oil. A kedge anchor goes offshore so leaving can be immediate if the sky changes its mood. A watch climbs the low rise with eyes sharp for dust or gossip. Everyone who has been on a voyage that lasted longer than its plan recognizes the way the place tries to make promises. Fresh water in a silver thread, shade shaped like kindness, grass that glitters like a yes. The order to restrain appetites feels like you've been given a beautiful bowl and told not to eat soup. Orders keep the day honest. No fires without permission. No fishing that turns a quiet rock into a shouting match with waves. And certainly no accidents involving the cattle. Libations before anything that could count as borrowing from the island. A ration officer takes his tally board as seriously as a priest takes a hymn. Wine is cut thin 3-1 because judgment comes from clear heads, not heroic cups. Oars are stacked and lashed for silence. Knives return to their hooks, so impulse must at least ask for a tool before trying to speak. Rations talk to everyone in the only language a long voyage truly understands. Numbers. Barley, low but not insulting. Dried fish, adequate, if you admire stubbornness. Olives, still polite. Figs, a story about yesterday. Water, abundant if the spring keeps its promise. You line amphora rims with beeswax to keep stoppers honest. You steal a laurel leaf for the fruit jar because somebody's grandmother said laurel scolds mold into better manners. Flour becomes a paste for ash cakes you'll cook on hot stones. The sailor's bread that is more agreement than cuisine. It isn't feasting, but it is forward. Fishing seems obvious, so lines get braided from spare flax and horsehair, hooks get bargained from bronze scrap, and a skiff noses out beyond the first bar with 2 optimists inside. Surf teaches humility. A clean set gets you a pair of small bream. Another hour buys 1 stubborn mullet. A third hour produces a story about the one that laughed. Nets sulk because you don't have proper floats, only carved corks and hope. You coax protein from the shore as if you were persuading a guarded ant to hand over a family recipe. The sea smiles and gives just enough to keep you polite. Morale turns out to be a math problem with variables you don't control. Calories, weather, days on a beach that looks like a vacation and feels like an exam. Songs help, low, steady work chance while you clean the sail's hem or scrape a stubborn bit of pitch, because breath with a job is less likely to wander. Jokes help more, gentle ones that make hunger behave for another hour. A benchmate invents an onion. Everyone pretends he can cook it in the mind and pass slices around. No one laughs at the captain's rule about the sun cattle. You all saw how those animals shine in noonlight like coins that know their own worth. Storms clap the horizon with a hand you can't ignore. Wind comes raw from the wrong quarter, stacking waves into sullen ranks that make even the skiff reconsider its career. Clouds squat like judges. You set a windbreak with the square sail laid low. You dig the keel deeper into sand with stakes that listen to reason. You rotate watches because rest is a duty when weather steals judgment. The island turns from invitation to appointment, and the appointment notes, indefinite. Oarsmen who can sleep anywhere learn to sleep sitting up with their backs to the gunwale. Others stare at the cattle and practice not thinking. Watches do what watches always do when time stretches. They make lists before panic can make speeches. Lines? Fair. Lashings? Tight. Fire? Banked and small, downwind. Housed in a clay pan so the hull doesn't start telling its own story. Water skins? Full and labeled. A clay whistle dangles from the lookout's neck. Not for enemies, not today, but for anyone who drifts toward a bad idea out of boredom. A boy with good feet slips laurel into the fruit jar and swears the leaves sound like disapproving aunties when the lid goes on. Every day has a pattern now. Work, watch, little chores, small comforts, a walk to the spring, a joke, a story told twice because the second telling is for the person who needed more time to hear it. Every night has more wind than daylight suggested. Every morning you count amphorae and men and the number of jokes left in the bag. A dress rehearsal for leaving, done without flourish, grows sharper each day. The kedge line gets loved like a pet. The cattle never wander close enough to tempt lack of effort. They simply exist, luminous and domestic, turning their heads with the mild attention of celebrities used to being watched. Meanwhile, the law of the place becomes increasingly clear. 2 figures, guardians of the herd, move at the edge of vision like resolve given sandals. You hear their names on some breeze that has learned Greek. Phaethusa and Lampede, daughters of the sun, herdswomen who report lapses rather than cluster them into forgiveness. They behave like professionals. They don't threaten. They don't greet. Presence is enough. You nod to their silhouettes and keep your hands where everyone can see them. Mainstream knowledge sits down beside you at the fire and offers context with good manners. Sacrificial rules in Greece are particular. Clean animals, proper garlands, libations, the thigh bones wrapped in fat for burning, the meat distributed in a way that keeps gods honored and stomachs fed. Sacred cattle are off-limits not because gods are hungry but because boundaries are how communities stay communities. Helios' herd is the boundary turned into a living poster. Reverence means no, even when yes would be easier. Historians are still debating this question in terms of where exactly this cult of Helios overlapped with real pastoral practice. Rhodes, Sicily, somewhere the poems stitched together. Yet every scholar agrees that taboo like this is a bright line sailors ignore at their peril. Taboos, when hunger sits across the table, begin to look negotiable to people who should not be negotiating. Your captain sets the rule again, plain as a compass. Hands off. Oaths are taken, not toasted. Right hands over jars, words tidy, stakes understood. Eurylochus, who has the unfortunate talent for speaking the thought a tired body wants to hear, watches the cattle and watches the sky and watches the way the wind keeps saying no to departure. No one makes him speak, and that is part of what gives his eventual speech its gravity. Knights cultivate strange cuisine. Ash cakes puff when fed thin hope and patience. You make stew out of barley water, a handful of herbs, and the sort of dreams lentils might have had if lentils had been invited on this trip. Shellfish appear in small arguments with rocks at low tide. Someone invents sailor's tea, hot water with a rind of dried orange and a story about how the rind once met sugar. A man chews a strap of leather softened with vinegar and pretends he's trying a new recipe. You pretend the strap is good because kindness is more filling than cruelty. Onshore winds lock the door. The kedge line hums without moving. The square sail puffs on the sand windbreak like a petulant lung. The figure eights in the clouds redraw themselves every hour. By the 5th day on the beach, you know the island's bugs by their first names. By the 6th, the pasture looks like wealth instead of ethics. By the 7th, prayers begin to sound like task lists you can't complete. The cattle keep being beautiful in that infuriating way things are when they're living reminders of rules and full larders at the same time. Eurylochus finally chooses his moment when the captain walks inland to pray and, in the telling he prefers, to rest eyes and mind for a small, accidental nap. He does not shout. He simply stands where everyone can see him and lets quiet do the inviting. His argument is not flamboyant. It's arithmetic and piety with a new haircut. To die of hunger, he says, is to offend all gods at once. To sacrifice carefully and pay later with temples and gifts is to build a road back to favor. He does not say the captain is absent. He says we are present, which is a dangerous grammar to men who are tired. Calculations dress themselves up as reverence. A plan appears. Choose the best of the herd, make garlands of green leaves because someone saw a priest do that once, pour wine over horns with words so formal they almost convince you you're allowed. Burn the choice fat on a clean fire, promise Helios more cattle and a golden shrine later, and share the rest now because starving sailors cannot build shrines. The math is seductive. It always is. A handful of men look away because looking away is the last thread between impulse and oath. Ceremony steps in wearing borrowed clothes. A small altar of clean stones rises, a little too fast for comfort, and garlands get woven by hands that remember how to make rope. Wine is poured with the tenderness sailors reserve for water, not for tribute. Prayers borrow phrases from honest rituals, words shaped to sound right, bows offered at the right vowels. The herd, unaware of human grammar, breathes and blinks and keeps being beautiful. The act itself you don't watch closely. You keep your eyes on knots and coals and the behavior of smoke. You hear the soft whoosh of fat finding fire. You smell the sweetness you wish you didn't. Cooking writes its bold, ordinary message over the beach as smoke pours an argument into the wind's mouth. Ash cakes suddenly make sense beside the meat. Barley seems happier. Even olives tell better jokes. Men who have been patient for too long abandon poetry for plates. No one calls it a feast. Everyone pretends their hands aren't shaking. In the inventory of choices, this one tastes like victory stamped by a failure you don't want to name aloud. Omens, because stories admire symmetry, Begin with the sorts of tricks a day plays when it wants to be remembered. Hides warmed by sun, puff with trapped air and shift as if remembering their previous owners. Someone gasps because the motion looks like a crawl. Meat on spits gives off a whistling that sounds like lowing only if you're the sort of person who is nervous about such things. The nervousness has reasons. Flames pop and thrust little sparks as if they were voting. Your mind catalogues each sign and declares, with the voice of someone who knows how to live, that thermal expansion and anxious ears make poor oracles. Your heart, politically independent, declines to agree. Somewhere beyond the surf, two silhouettes, Phaethusa and Lampeter, finish watching and walk away with the efficiency of messages already en route. You would love to believe gods don't read reports on weekends. You would also love to believe wine adds wisdom. What you actually believe is that rules keep communities from becoming accidents, and today you help the boundary learn the wrong lesson about your crew. Afterward, the beach takes on that post-supper hush that is fondly called peace until the bill arrives. Men sit with their backs against tamarisk and stare at stars. Someone sings badly and is forgiven. Someone else begins to craft a future vow out of nothing but the shape of regret. Your captain returns with eyes that have been full of prayer and finds that prayer now has a new subject. He does not shout. That is almost worse. He looks at the altar of stones and the neat fire, at the clean-cut leaves, at the way men refuse to meet his gaze, and he nods as if agreeing with the weather. Scholars later will push pins into maps and into arguments. Thrinacia and Trinacria share a name root with Sicily, yes, but some details fit other islands. Helios worship flourished in Rhodes, but Homer's geography likes to braid coastlines into metaphors. Eurylochus' speech echoes a genre of survival rhetoric familiar to all cultures that flirt with famine. Historians are still debating which real pastures lounge under this story, and whether the sun cattle encode prohibitions about local herds, sacred herds, or simply the sacredness of not rewriting vows when stomachs vote. Obscure habits creep back to reclaim the deck from drama because routine is the only god that shows up every day. A smear of olive oil mixed with ash becomes a scrub that cleans amphora rims better than vinegar alone. A line of nettle fiber braided with horsehair produces a surprisingly patient twine. A few men collect windfall branches of fig tree because fig burns cleaner than green tamarisk and doesn't insist on smoking your eyes into tears. Someone shows how to sew tiny patches of spare linen into a pocket that keeps a flint dry and spray. A gift to future cold nights when making fire fast will feel like magic. Discipline attempts a quiet comeback. Watches lengthen to include, watch the men who feel most guilty. The caller drills the emergency launch until your body does everything at his hand's first angle. The helmsman spends an hour talking to the steering oars as if they're old friends who have been ignored in favor of questionable company. You move amphory 2 fingers farther from the hearth not because it matters but because moving something matters. You say good words over the kedge anchor because you will need a friend who only knows the truth. Preparations for departure become the way the crew tries to apologize to the world. Mast stepped, yard ready, lines coiled and marked, sail shaken free of sand, oars re-sleeved, leathers checked, wool wraps refreshed with brine and patience. A libation gets poured not as permission but as confession. Honey first, milk, wine cut fair, water last. The circle of offerings you've learned keeps hands from inventing magic they cannot afford. Names of mothers and small gods fall into the circle because those names never refuse to listen. Finally, the wind stiffens with decision, and the surf reduces its arguments to manageable punctuation. The shore party brings back the last skins of water. The lookout comes down with a report about the sky that mentions only practical nouns. The captain glances once at the pasture, not with anger, with an accountant's clarity, then speaks the word that turns a beach into a memory. Afloat, benches become benches again. Ankles slide under the iron brace. The caller lifts his stick and draws a line in air that everyone knows how to follow. Quiet grows as the hull slides into its lane and the island pulls back, already dressing itself in distance. No one names the cattle. No one names the altar. A gull heckles the wake and is ignored. Sail rises to a square that behaves like a helpful thought. Oars take the kindness in the wind and marry it to muscle. The sea, which has never cared about your plot, keeps the only promise it reliably makes. It moves. Your job is to move on it without lying to yourself. Tomorrow will carry the rest of the story. Storms that chase, planks that remember how to float alone, a raft that becomes a sentence with too much white space. Consequences are already walking toward you in shoes you won't recognize until they stand on your deck. For now, the benches do their medicine. Catch, drive, release, feather, while your mind files today in a drawer marked rules we thought we could revise. The drawer will not stay shut, but the rhythm mutes the rattle. Breath settles into the oars' music. The wake unfolds like neat handwriting that promises, by simply existing, that someone is choosing care in the present tense. Wind behaves like a clerk at first, jotting neat notes in the margin of the sea. Nothing more dramatic than a firmer line here, a thicker loop there. The square sail likes clerks. It fills without boasting, and the longship lengthens its stride. Behind, the two-green island flattens to a button on a jacket you didn't choose. Ahead, the horizon practices a straight face. On the benches, breath and would agree on that old, friendly grammar. Catch, drive, release, feather. And the collar's stick rests across his knees the way a shepherd leans on a staff when the flock pretends to behave. Cloud shoulders grow in the west with that expensive look weather sometimes wears, all one polished color and no visible seams. The helmsman reads the posture and trims the boat into modesty. Lower a handspan of cloth, coil lines so they won't invent snakes, move amphory inboard where their weight can be useful when the sea decides to write in italics. A gull underlines the mood with a straight, white dash and declines to offer commentary. Palms test the loom for that early tremble that betrays nerves. The oar, honest as always, answers. Not yet. Orders travel without theater because theater steals time. Reef the square, double-lash the yard, set a standby kedge with line paid out fair through the bow chock. Place knives where hands can find them blind. Oil the thole sleeves so panic won't squeal if it shows up uninvited. The piper kisses a reed and tucks it away, because today breath will belong to rowing alone. A boy loops spare sandals through his forearms for the same reason old men tie their memories to names. Storms have a way of borrowing anything that isn't tied. Ropes receive attention the way old friends like to be greeted. Not with flourishes, but with firm, quick kindness. Whippings get renewed. Seizings get sung tight. A frayed tail is promoted into twine because thrift is the sea's native language. Bolins sit where bolins should. Round turns with two half hitches keep virtue from slouching, and the silver habit of the knot in Iolo's bag. Its memory still aboard though the bag itself is not, whispers across the deck. Tie things as if weather were listening. Thunder keeps its counsel behind the curtain while wind decides to show its credentials. First comes the shove that feels like a strong cousin being playful. Then the slap that recalibrates posture. Then the hammer that takes the pen from your hand and says, "I'll write this part." Rain arrives like a million tiny clerks filing reports on your skin. The square is already down to a prudent size, but the yard still wants to be a kite, and two hands have to bridle it with a quick hug of line and common sense. Sailors dislike drama, but they love competence, and competence looks beautiful under duress. The caller drops you into a set of short, tidy strokes meant not for speed but for control, the quick recovery gear that keeps the bow from taking ideas from cross-chop. Port bites when starboard holds, then the reverse, little crabs sidestepping a problem that would prefer you behave like fish. The steering oars breathe in their hinges like nouns, and the helmsman chooses verbs with his wrists. Timber answers storm with the vocabulary it was given at the shipyard. Mortise meets tenon. Lashings flex, pitch seals, ribs bow. Flex is not weakness. It's choreography. A hull that refuses to bend argues with the sea. A hull that yields argues with pride and wins supper. You listen through your ankles to the iron loop that holds you honest, and it informs you, in the language of pressure, that the keel still knows which way home is, even if home presently speaks in syllables of gray. Silence breaks differently in hard weather, no longer the absence of talk but the quiet drowning out of everything that isn't necessary. Then a loud sentence lands, midship, as a standing wave shows the deck a new trick. The mast bows farther than anyone wants, the yard kicks, and men with good hands do the arithmetic that separates sentiment from survival. Sails can be cut and resewn. Spines do worse with knives. Cloth leaps obediently to steel. The boat exhales, shudders, and settles into being purely oars for a while. After the cut, time becomes a peculiar garment, too tight in the shoulders and too long in the sleeves. The Longship, relieved of canvas, tries on the idea of living by rhythm alone. Waves stack in irregular stairs. The bow climbs what it can, the stern arrives late, and planks complain in new dialects. The helmsman raises a palm, a slow, calm metronome, and you follow that hand because hands never lie about weather. Laughter is banned by consent. So is panic. Night steps in without asking anyone's opinion, flicking the room from gray to iron in a handful of breaths. Lightning quotes a text too far away to be relevant. Thunder edits it later, on a lazy delay. Rain loosens, not out of mercy but out of boredom. Between waves, small commas of quiet appear, and in those commas you recall the boat's old habit of humming to itself when seas were kind. Memory performs its humane trick. It offers you earlier, gentler benches, not to tease but to steady. Ropework saves what stubbornness cannot. A spar that wanted to be clever becomes a spine. A yard cut free from vanity offers to be a raft's beam. The square's torn panels, no longer married to wind, volunteer as bandages for wood. Bolin's tie with fingers gone thick from cold. Clove hitches set with that forgiving speed only muscle memory owns. Square lashings race around the crossed timbers like rumors that finally do some good. A raft grows by increments, part engineering, part prayer. Currents keep their old job even when the sky tries to steal the plot. A rightward shove under the hull announces a seam where water going north argues with water going wherever it pleases. The helmsman turns his head the way a fox listens, and you lean your weight in sympathy, then away, then in again. The raft, unfinished, already thinks in verbs. Float, hold, forgive, continue. A plank under your ribs makes a promise it did not agree to earlier in the day. Morning doesn't so much arrive as discover you still exist. Light shows up grudgingly, like an accountant summoned on a holiday. Sea noise de-escalates from judge to janitor. Cold sneaks into what's left of you and sits. Breath counts itself because counting is the only math you trust. A spar that carried holidays becomes furniture. You climb onto it with the ungainly grace of someone learning a new verb. Skin stings where ropes introduced you to their humbler sides. Mainstream knowledge pulls a stool to your plank and speaks in a tone that respects fatigue. Bronze to Iron Age Aegean storms do this short fetch but ruinous repetition. Chop on swell, wind that pivots 3 points in the time it takes to recite a prayer. Mortise and tenon hulls survived by forgiving. Lashed frames spread shock like good news. Rafts, flat and stubborn, are harder to roll than proud boats and sometimes behave like saints. Historians are still debating the exact chronology the poem assigns. 9 days adrift here, 3 there. A timing that looks like memory sanded by song. And whether the Zeus storm is a composite of many honest blows. Obscure tips whisper from the tool drawer of habit even when tools have left the room. A little oil poured from a spoon can soften short, irritable chop and make rocks reveal themselves more honestly. A belt wrapped twice around wrist and spar steals less blood than fingers alone. Chewed leather takes the mind off the jaw's anger at being used only for weather reports. A rag of sail can be a shade, a bandage, a cup, or a flag. A corner of wool tucked into armpit keeps a core warm longer than dignity expects. Waiting becomes a craft. Between waves there is a reach called enough, and you learn to breathe on it. Between shivers there is a truce called now, and you count it. 1 for the benchmate who always rubbed resin into his hands and then shared. 2 for the quiet man in bow who could splice eyes with his thumbs. 3 for the old hand who whistled a tune in dactyls because it made his lungs behave. The sea tries to sell you the idea that nothing exists except this inch of gray. Memory refuses to pay. Drift writes long, unpunctuated lines. The raft answers each swell with shrug not sulk. Sun burns and then yields. Wind forgets and then returns with a new accent. Hunger knocks politely, because it understands weather's monopoly on drama. Thirst, moderated by rain, takes to commenting under its breath. You inventory body parts as if they were cargo with feelings. Fingers, present and unamused. Toes, undecided but loyal. Shoulders, angry but employed. Ankles, grateful to iron that is not here and yet somehow is. Names travel back on the creak of oars that no longer move, a parade of benches restored by sound rather than face. There's the fearsome squeal the bosun used to scold out of a thole with a thumb of resin. There's the soft knock at the catch that belonged to the youngest, who loved to pull too deep. There's the noon set where breath and blade made that perfect hush. Memory picks up each creak and says the names attached to it in a voice polite enough not to wake grief completely. Memory doesn't always bring faces. Sometimes it brings hands. One pair with scars in a star pattern where a rope learned malice in a harbor squall. Another that always smoothed a sleeve before the first stroke, superstition turned into muscle care. Another that corrected your feather once without commentary, and you loved him for the restraint. A voyage is made of those small, decent gestures, not just of headlands and storms, and the raft, by refusing to sink, agrees. Stars eventually come clean, accounting for themselves after an evening of dereliction. The bear saunters into her old circle. The dog flashes his tooth. The Pleiades spill grain on black velvet. Navigation returns as comfort before it returns as tool. Keep the bear on your left when home is east. Favor Orion when he rises. Trust dawn's bruise more than rumors. The raft cannot point as smartly as a keel, but paddles and a small square of cloth can conspire, in good weather, to make a suggestion the sea sometimes accepts. Debate shows up even here on a plank, because minds do not relinquish their hobbies. Was the whirl you hear ahead truly the famous one, or one of her cousins? Tide, eddy, headland lying about itself? Did Homer fold several narrows into one glamorous corridor because glamour helps memory? Do gods speak weather, or does weather speak God? Historians are still debating whether Charybdis was once a proper gulper in some geological youth, or whether poets gave her teeth that belonged to wind, and whether the fig tree over her mouth is cartography or metaphor. The raft politely abstains. Another sound writes itself through the hull bone of your chest. A low suck release, like a smith's bellows under rock. The air above the water suddenly discovers it has a different temperature. Birds avoid a circle as if they have been taught this part and refuse to improvise. The fig tree is no metaphor now. It leans from the cliff with its toes in stone and its leaves doing the same honest work leaves always do. A swell lifts you not with the joy of surf but with the bureaucracy of gravity. Somewhere inside your shoulders a new animal wakes. Something halfway between courage and excellent timing. Hands wait for the wave that is neither the tallest nor the meanest but the one with the right slope. Then fling body and belt toward bark that holds like the handrail of a god. Legs wrap in that indecorous way survival prefers. The raft, with a courtesy you will want to thank later, surrenders to the bowl and disappears into the dark place where stories sharpen their teeth. Arms hold. Breath holds. Jokes hold. The tree shakes as if doubting your appointment, then keeps it. Patience, always the quietest tool, tells you how long to be a leaf. The whirl breathes in. The world tightens. The roots complain. The whirl breathes out. The surface unknots. Something buoyant returns that used to be yours and agrees to be yours again. Bark relinquishes forearms. Legs forget to tremble until later when privacy can be arranged. Raft and person collide with the kind of relief that does not say anything out loud in case it scares itself away. Eventually the sea agrees to a truce that has clauses for both parties. Swell resumes something like democracy. Wind turns from judge into clerk again. Clouds quit the stage with the kind of dignity you admire because it does not apologize. Paddles, improvised from happier wood, discover angles the way children discover rhythms. A rag of cloth lets the air do a little work. Hunger returns as a familiar conversation partner. Thirst plays fair. Fatigue sits down and drinks water. Shoreline arrives first as scent, juniper, pine, and the mineral honesty of stone sun-baked. Then as a thin thread of smoke. Then as a line of darker green that remembers how to resist the salt. Foam turns white again instead of gray. Pebbles write a new alphabet that reads welcome in small, rolling syllables. A cove opens its hands in exactly the shape of help. Beach enough to be kind. Slope enough to persuade a wreck to try land again. Water that shows its floor instead of blushing. Calypso belongs to a later paragraph in a later song. A woman whose house behaves like a clinic and whose kindness wears patience instead of perfume. For now, the cove itself is story enough. Hands that lift from water to wood, voices that choose gentle instead of questions. A cloak that pretends you have always owned it. A fire learns your name by steaming your clothes. Broth names your ribs and apologizes. Sleep gives you permission without asking for titles. Shadows soften into corners where tools live, and the business of recovery remembers its chores. Pitch warms in a shell to soften truth back into sealant. Twine announces its willingness to hold things together the way promises pretend to. Linen patches flirt with the torn places in the square and turn embarrassment into history. The body takes on water and turns it into decisions. The mind behaves like a harbor, open to boats that promise to leave when weather allows. Mainland logic tries to push pins into this coast on a map you haven't unrolled. Gozo will later propose its caves. Gavdos will raise a hand. Others shrug with charm and call the place myth's spare room. Historians are still debating which stone wears the name Ogygia best, and whether this house belongs to a particular cult of healing or to a necessary pause the poem built for mercy. The raft in the sand cares less about geography than about the ordinary miracle of wood drying in sunlight. Odds and ends turn practical again because that is how people announce survival to themselves. Vinegar water rinses the sail where salt wrote mildew. A smooth stone burnishes leather back into being civil. A thin strip of lead in a reed tube, plumb bob of the careful, tuts at a bench repair and says, truer, the last corner of beeswax seals figs in a jar, so you will have sweetness later when later needs help. Work hums softly and refuses to perform. Lessons tally themselves without asking permission. First, rafts are not insults to ships but their heirs. Flat, stubborn, democratic, hard to persuade into drama. Second, knots repay fidelity in a currency called mourning. Third, storms reorganize sentences but cannot confiscate your right to write the next clause. Fourth, memory is ballast. Creak, feather, cadence. Those are the weights that keep a plank level under awe. Fifth, historians are still debating drift days and coastlines with a tenderness that proves even arguments can be a form of devotion to the sea. Finally, the horizon stops glaring and begins to look like a place names can live again. The cove exhales. The square, patched, drowses like a cat. The raft that held you sets like a low altar near the tittle-line, and the waves come to touch it politely, as if to congratulate it on services rendered. Ankles, bare. Remember irons curve with love and no resentment. Breath steadies and becomes miracle of small things, boring. Somewhere in the brush a bird tries a new song and keeps it, because keeping is the right verb tonight. Foam lays a thin seam along the pebbles as a shadowed hull ghosts into the cove. The kind of entry that says the crew aboard trusts timing more than volume. Hands appear before words, and then rope follows hands, and after that the quiet choreography that means rescue without fuss. A spear of sun glances off a prow whose curve seems carved by someone who has studied fast rivers and polite knives. The ship pauses as if tasting the water, and in that breath the world invents a new future for your ribs. Hands lift you with the authority of people who have done this often. Not loudly, not as a favor, but as seamanship. Cloak, bowl, a little laugh that confirms you are expected to survive. These are laid across you like blankets of custom. The deck under your palms has the confidence of wood that was chosen, not found. The grain runs straight, the pitch line smiles tight, and the planks are planed so smooth your skin expects silk, not cedar. Crew look past you toward some horizon only they can see. All business and no sermon, while someone with soft voice and salt hair says the name of their island. Skiria. Timber carries different accents here. Ribs sit close, thin as good fingers, with cross braces that make the whole hull hum at a pitch your old Longship never tried. The benches are not afterthoughts but furniture with opinions. Set a shade lower so thighs angle kind to knees, with foot braces shaped to hold ankles without making them feel scolded. Leather at the thole is plush, new, and the leathers at the looms are waxed to a warm glow, as if oars were guests expected to stay the night. Even the bailers look aristocratic, broad-mouthed, smooth-lipped, ready. Canvas cuts a different figure than you're used to. The square is wider across the foot than the sails that hauled your months along, with broad shoulders to drink a quartering breeze and a hem stitched in a herringbone that would make a careful grandmother smile. Sheets run to blocks that have been oiled with an attention bordering on indulgence. Braces answer with an ease that suggests even rope enjoys working for this hull. Quarter rudders wear bronze sheathing where the sea most loves to argue. Their tiller bars are wrapped in leather that remembers fingers. Cadence on this deck begins in the soles of feet. The Chelius does not bark, he suggests. A thin drum tick, more heartbeat than order, finds your lungs and persuades them. Oars lift and kiss water with that rare economy that adds speed without adding story. You slide into the rhythm like a memory fits the mouth. Legs first, then hips, then back, then arms, and the release so clean it apologizes to the sea for having asked anything of it. A whisper of beeswax around the ear stills the leftover siren in your head. The music now belongs to benches. Profiles along the rail tend to be sleek. Fine entry forward, a run that stays honest well past midships, and a stern that refuses to drag its feelings behind it. Freeboard sits low as a compliment offered quietly. The bronze at the stem, if there's a ram at all, is more suggestion than threat, polished to a mirror that makes even gulls admire themselves as they peep. Mainstream knowledge elbows in with context. Greek waters knew many hulls, pentaconters with their single bank of oars, early biremes flirting with stacked power, merchant tubbiers hauling jars instead of reputations. Phaeacians, as the poets sing them, sail something near ideal. Fast as rumor, soft as linen. Historians are still debating whether that ideal hides a memory of advanced coastal craft. Liburnians? Ionian speedsters? Or whether Skiria's fleet is a literary wish granted to a tired man. Navigation on this ship wears confidence like a well-tailored tunic. Stars, yes, Ursa for true, Pleiades for season, Orion for winter orders, but also swell read with the eyes closed, the faintest color change where river water keeps its secret under the sea, the flat polish that a downwind morning leaves on a lee shore. A lead line sits coiled with a tallow lip ready to bring back Sand's confession. A clay crank by the mast keeps a neat board of knots for quick depth arithmetic. The pilot's neck knows the wind long before any pendant flirts. He listens to water the way scribes listen to margins. Textiles here tell a private story about speed. Linen smells faintly of vinegar, the old trick to shoo mildew from the corners, while seams wear a double-running stitch that refuses to unzip even when a squall argues. Bolt rope is flax of a temperament only patient women produce, and rumor says Scherzian looms can outpace weather. In town, you later learn, looms sit near the sea as if sailcloth wants to hear tide grammar while it's still thread. Obscure but endearing. A thin strip of lead, polished like a coin, sits in the sailmaker's basket to wait seams while they're pinned. So cloth doesn't develop bad habits before it is taught good ones. Benches teach your ankles a new kindness. Instead of iron loops that bit like honest punctuation, there are gently curved stops set at a proper distance, their faces faced in leather and rubbed with oil that smells faintly of laurel and lamp smoke. The looms are thicker where hands meet them, the way a craftsman thickens a handle not for show but for the lifetime of touch. Resin still earns its place in the kit, chewed for grip, rubbed into wool sleeves at the thole, but beeswax appears more often, a softer virtue on a prosperous deck. Calluses understand both languages and translate generously. Steering looks like conversation instead of correction. Twin quarter rudders breathe against their gudgeons, opening and closing with a small sound like a cat's sigh. The helmsman's wrists become translators between sea and intent. Sometimes he holds both tiller bars. Sometimes he frees one to let the other whisper. Sometimes he lifts one a finger to cancel the other's opinion. A yoke across the bars lets a second set of hands join the talk during tight work, and the crew uses it with the tact of people who have never met a cliff they couldn't charm. Harbor on Scyria wears geometry as jewelry. Quays line the curve in stones that pretend they rolled themselves into straight lines. Ramps kiss the water at angles that flatter keels. Bollards look as if they grew there by agreeing to be useful. The ship enters with a posture you've never felt under you. No bracing for the slap of backwash. No surprise roll from some leftover crosswave. Only a deep glide that lets oars quit their day early. Silver wakes feather into lattices and then erase themselves as if the sea were acknowledging courtesy with discretion. Hospitality arrives as procedure, not performance. Cloaks that fit, oil that smells like pressed sunlight, bread sharing its crust with onions and something green you don't need name to enjoy. A woman with a queen's patience, irate, asks questions in the way carpenters test wood. A quick rap, an ear near the grain. A king with a runner's calves, Alcinous, listens with the weight of a hand on your shoulder without touching it. Xenia here is not cautious. It is confident, the kind that knows generosity is cheaper than guard duty when you rule your own water. Nausicaa belongs to another shoreline moment before this one, a laundry day grace note that took the spite out of weather. You remember the whiteness of linen on driftwood, the pop of laughter when a ball went astray, the way a princess can be lion-hearted about nothing more romantic than telling her maids not to run. She taught you a rule that every bench should engrave at its foot. Kindness is a seamanship skill. Ships reach keys because strangers sometimes decide you are their job. Singing becomes a kind of chart in this town. The bard, Demodocus, lifts a song that knows Troy so well the sea itself leans closer. The room makes that quiet that means people remember their own dead without asking the singer to stop. The meter travels in the bones. Dactylic hexameter rolling like a long swell with a wind behind it, and the story arrives without needing ink. Mainstream knowledge taps your shoulder here too. The old poems lived on tongues before papyrus bothered to offer a chair. Historians are still debating how the professional singers worked. Their stock phrases, their improvisations, their fees in meat and seat at table. But every scholar agrees lungs held grease together as much as stone did. Demonstration follows feasting as naturally as tide follows river. A Phaeacian captain invites you to feel their bench under an honest load, not as a novelty but as an argument for how a ship should move. Hands slide to loom. Foot brace greets ankle. The Cheliast gives a slim nod and nothing more. Acceleration happens without shoulder theater. No surge, no lunge. Just the hull stepping onto its own silver road and finding it to be well maintained. Water peels away at the bow in two very thin scrolls, and the wake braids so neatly behind that gulls fly it like a street. Overnight passages here feel like a favor from a god who admires quiet work. The square carries a modest shoulder, and the ship converses with stars like old neighbors. The bear for bearing, the swan for height, Venus for timing a little supper and a change of watch. People in this town say their hulls know the way home without helm or oar, and poets like that story because poets are in the business of wanting. The helmsman, who has seen water think with its own hands, lets the rumor live but keeps his wrists attentive. Historians are still debating whether self-steering means superb pilotage hiding inside myth, or whether some memory of cunning hull shape and balanced sail got embroidered into gold thread by grateful mouths. Tricks pepper the crews like sesame on bread. A sea anchor? Nothing dramatic, just a rig of cloth and line. Slides off the bow when cross-chop tries to become a philosophy. It steadies the world enough to let supper stay where supper belongs. A smear of tallow on the stem spoils the appetite of weed that thinks it owns every harbor. An amulet the shape of a dolphin rides beneath the figurehead. Not as magic but as a family signature. Obscure but useful. A pouch of fine sand by the pilot's foot for drying a wet palm before a tricky knot. A tiny desert carried to sea. Stowage approaches art. Gifts for your captain, bronze tripods, woven cloth that smells like weather well managed. A chest that insists on being called a chest, not a box. Go below in a pattern that respects the center of gravity as if it were a god with moods. Heavier aft of midship but not sulking at the stern. Fragile amidships and lashed so they can pretend to be part of the hull. Amphory Nestle with reeds and a whisper of wool. A jar of wine, rich enough to be cut 20-1 and still have opinions, sits cradled where no casual wave can talk it into foolishness. Memory sits quietly on the bench even when the bench is gilded with comfort. While you admire polished gear, you remember the iron half-circle that once received your ankles and taught your shins the truth about loyalty. While you eat without arithmetic, you recall counting jars in whether that wanted to edit you out of the story. While you glide on this silver wake, you think about men whose names the songs will not keep, except as plural nouns that pull too much weight. The crew, the sailors, the oarsmen. And you realize pride can be a gentle thing if you let it be a thank you to wood. Landfall toward Ithaca happens the Phaeacian way. So smoothly you doubt it until your palm comes away with a smudge of honest beach. The ship kisses a cove at night like a courteous thief leaving a gift, and sleep, stolen by storms, borrowed by islands, returns with interest. In the larger poem, they set a sleeping man ashore with presents stacked like punctuation beside him, and then leave without applause. You notice only the soft mechanics. Shoulders under a litter, breath kept low so not even a pebble feels insulted, a hull slipping back to sea without bragging. Debate trails the stern like a ribbon even after the ship is gone. Is Scheria Corfu? A craft of the Ionian coast? A composite harbor where sailors remembered best practices and bards edited them into a single, enviable fleet? Some argue for Alcinous as a memory of early thalassocracy, a people so married to the wake that land looked like a place to store perfection between voyages. Others say Scheria is necessary dream space, seamanship's heaven, designed to show what excellence feels like when luck agrees. Historians are still debating the map and the anthropology. Your shoulders, which have learned to judge a ship by how your breath behaves on it, are satisfied with the data they already own. Starlight stays to supervise goodbyes. A breeze from the hill smells of time and fences and dogs who pretend to be surprised at their masters returning. The gifts beside you are ballast for a future that includes hearth smoke and chairs. The wake that brought you here has already forgotten your name, which is the wake's right. Silver only wants to be beautiful in the moment you ask it to be. The sea, having proven a dozen points today, goes back to saying its one old sentence, motion. Closure does not ring like a bell. It arrives like a careful hand placing a coil down where a coil belongs. Ankles, no longer under iron, still feel the shape of it and approve. Palms remember looms and find themselves resting on nothing with the same affection. Breath keeps cadence out of habit. Somewhere out beyond the cape, a Phaeacian hull writes a thread of light into the night and is gone, leaving an argument for what ships can be when craft, wealth, and will decide to meet in one room. You answer with the simplest craft you have left, standing, stepping, and not looking back until the path requires a story. Dawn arranges the bay like a careful altar, low rocks draped in weed, a path of foam set out like a runner of lace, an olive tree leaning over the stones as if it had been keeping the place for you. The Phaeacian keel leaves only a disciplined ripple and no opinion. Sleeping gifts sit where thoughtful hands stack them, and the sand holds the prints of men who practice silence professionally. Breath arrives shallow and then corrects itself because islands teach posture. Between ribs and shore, the word home tries on a body. Haze lifts and the hill lines turn into old nouns with their articles still attached. Narration back there, forces here, that cave the one with bees capable of winning a staring contest with time. A trickle of water turns pebbles into a vocabulary. The caller's stick is gone, but its rhythm persists in bone. The loom of the oar is gone, but its ghost leans in your palms. Ankles remember iron so vividly that the absence of it rings like a bell. Footsteps find the path that goats and grandfathers negotiated years before songs began pretending to own everything. A shepherd passes and, with the politeness of someone used to gods in ugly shoes, asks nothing about anything important. A small shrine at a fork holds a clay figure with a missing nose and an intact smile. Olive leaves whisper as if rehearsing a hush for future secrets. Wind from the ridge smells of time and door smoke. A duet you didn't know you missed until your throat tries to sing with it. Olive trunks keep their counsel but consent to be touched, and bark under your palm says, "Stay," in a friendly dialect. Beneath the tree, gifts wait with the patience of good timber. Woven cloth rolled firm as morals, bronze that has ideas about weight, tripods that would rather stand in a story than in a field. Inventory happens the way prayer happens when muscle memory is involved. Quietly, thoroughly, and with an eye toward how much a person can carry without telling the earth too many jokes. Harbor names gather as if they had been holding a meeting during the years you were absent. Phorcys' curved mouth mutters inshore gossip. The nymph's cave keeps bees in a democracy that predates monarchies and poetry alike. A landmark stone sits where someone a century from now will insist no such stone ever stood. This is normal for coasts and scholars. Historians are still debating whether Homer's Ithaca was this Ithake or Pelike on Kephallonia, a peninsula then, an island by flood and quake, a theory with fans who read geology like scripture. The hill doesn't care. it does its job. Cloaks wrap the presence because modesty looks good on bronze. A boulder becomes a ledger. A twig becomes a pen. Odyssean caution, that habit of moving gifts out of the weather and into arrangements only a finder could love, sneaks into hand and wrist. Hidden, the objects become lighter, as if secrecy were a kind of pulley. Memory sits with them for a beat and then lets them be just goods again, not symbols. Practicality has always been better than metaphor at moving weight uphill. Names refuse to sit quietly when the horizon resurrects them. Eumaeus comes to mind not as a swineherd but as a certain way of lowering a gate at dusk. A certain method of throwing scraps to dogs without starting a conversation you don't have time for. Telemachus arrives as an angle of chin that never had time to exist when you left. Penelope as a loom rhythm heard across rooms where words were expensive. Even Argos appears as a brief tug at the edge of thought, a tail wag carved into air. Baskets, once an oarsman's boredom cure, become civic tools. A mat gets woven from rush because sitting on ground is what heroes do only in poems. A sling gets plated because stones are social here and like being introduced formally to problems. A handle gets wrapped because hands understand small kindnesses as arguments for civilization. The work settles nerves better than any speech. Hunger becomes tidier when given chores. Benchmarks, literal not figurative, still walk in your muscles. Feet set to brace. Core tightens. Back hinges. Arms draft the last clause. Even on land, the body insists on that sequence. A quiet proof that ships have altered your grammar. A jug lifted properly feels like a stroke. A hill climbed honestly feels like a recovery. Glory and blisters argue in a soft tone inside your skull and end up agreeing that neither means as much as good form. Doorways require ceremonies, even the imagined ones. A gate made of crooked fig and right-minded rope opens with a noise that dogs translate as friend. The courtyard smells like work, oil, warm stone, blunted iron, onion, old bread. Feet pause because the room has rules and rules obeyed make better reunions. Stories later will explode with bows and tests and smart talk. What you notice first is a broom leaning exactly where a tidy mind would leave it and a bench that could hold 3 men who don't want to talk and 2 who do. Household economy proves it never stopped rowing while you were away. Jars in the cool room wear wax collars like conscience. A little laurel peeks from the fruit pot as if scolding mold into behaving. A ledger's stylus lies beside a tablet where someone has been counting in a neat, unpanicked hand. Mainstream knowledge sits down and explains gently. Households in Homeric Greece were ships moored to soil. Women ran them with logistics as stern as any bosun. Slaves had names and skills that registered as capital. Xenia guarded the door like an agreement with the universe. Historians are still debating the extent and texture of this economy. But a pantry speaks a grammar that leaves little room for the lazy. Loom rhythms from the inner room pulse like a familiar drum. You felt this beat from the benches long before you heard it here. Warp stands taut as a vow. Weft slides like a plan pretending to be a song. Penelope's trick, which gossip has embroidered with 1,000 colors, sits plain on the frame. Work by day, undo by night. Preserve the space in which a choice can mature. Obscure but helpful. Some weavers wet the thread with sour wine to make hairs lie down. Others swear by a pinch of ash. Either way the cloth behaves like a ship's sail, patient under hands that respect it. Locks remember their own noise even when they haven't moved in years. A bronze slide within a wooden case, simple mortise and cunning rebate, receives a long-toothed key that looks like a question mark decided to be useful. A door opens not like a trumpet but like a throat clearing. Greek locks did this, the old ones. No tumblers, just honest slots and a ritual you could feel in your wrist. The mechanism works because the hand remembers the angle, the way an oar's feather remembers silence. Signals accumulate like twigs that want to be afire. A voice routes you to a pigman's hut first instead of the spotlight. A goddess wearing shepherd simple sits on a rock that happens to be an argument. A boy with calves that haven't yet learned to lie keeps moving in and out of the story, headed for an arrival that will pretend to be an accident. Disguises operate like weather, useful until they are not, accepted until they disoblige the day. Courtyards don't change just because you're ready to, and that is their virtue. A stool waits like patience. A dog puts its head down and does an honest job of recognizing something verbs cannot carry. Someone in a corner counts onions for a stew. Someone else argues a price as if prices were gods you could woo. The oar callus on your palm tingles, a tremor made of memory and heat. Home requires a different muscle group than departure. Serviceable sandals carry you through the part of the day that belongs to listening, and listening turns out to be the finest maritime skill applied to land. Eumaeus talks in ham and weather and the small arithmetic of piglets. Telemachus appears with those stiff new manners that good boys wear around their fathers. Penelope's words are like nets with correct mesh. Songs later will glow about archery and doors. What you admire is the household's intake system, the way facts go into larders and come out as decisions instead of debates. Reckonings eventually knock, but the door's bolt can let the knock happen at the right hour. Violence lives offstage in this telling because beds deserve lullabies, not inventories of bruises. Archery can be described as a craft demonstration. String made into a guest of wood, bow kissed by hand, arrow married to path, target content to be a dot that disappears. A closed room resolves a civic math with minimum adjectives. Outside, herbs answer a pot. A broom continues its career. The island keeps breathing. Shoreline winds bring neighbors and news whether you like it or not. A man remembers you as that oarsman with the habit of oiling thole sleeves even when he's sad. Another remembers you as the person who could make a square lashing hum. Heroes get headlines. Crews get footnotes. The island, being wise, reads the footnotes. Children practice with sticks, calling them oars, and one asks if iron at ankles hurts. An honest answer fits in a small ladle. It pinches sometimes. Mostly it keeps a life pointed. Questions about memory crowd the gate like goats late to supper. Will anyone sing about men who turned resin into grip and benches into weatherproof rooms? Will logs remember the day a certain or stopped squeaking because you taught it manners? Will a jar of barley that didn't go moldy because you kissed its rim with wax ever hear its name mentioned on a stage? Fame is a loud instrument. Work prefers reeds. You decide to be satisfied with reeds. Mainstream history tucks in one more folded note. Professional oarsmen existed, freeborn or enslaved depending on city and century. Naval reforms from Corinth to Athens changed bench politics. Triers multiplied banks and redefined cadence. Later navies wrote pay sheets where your name might have lived. Historians are still debating how often Greek rowers were restrained. Iconography gives ankle loops here and there, but archaeology does not find a league of chains. Probably discretion varied by danger, by crew, by captain, by fear. The argument will keep scholars fed. Your shins already cast their vote. Loops were punctuation, not prison. Ledger pages turn brown the way reliable friends go gray. A year from now, the entry for oil will look exactly like the entry for oil did 5 years ago, and this sameness will be the flag you fly over peace. Amphory will still sulk if not burped. Laurel will still scold mold. Vinegar will still help sails forget a bad day. That is heroism too, just dressed as housekeeping. Households are campaigns fought with patience instead of bronze. Dogs learn routes faster than maps do. The path from courtyard to the cliff that watches all comers becomes an afternoon habit. From there, the strait sketches itself, the roadstead laughs, and the world resumes the shape of a place with errands and naps. A child asks how far a song can travel and receives an answer measured in horizons rather than miles. The sea insists on pronouncing your name correctly even from here. Tools regain their usual modesty and become themselves again. A knife edge meets a whetstone and understands each other in 4 strokes. A mortise chisel gets a new rap on its handle. A mallet bargains quietly with a peg that wants to be home in oak. Sailcloth receives a patch for no reason other than virtue. A cup of water sits near the bench because good work requires drinking before thirst remembers to complain. The old shipboard courtesy survives without ocean. Rest looks different when nobody is keeping count with a stick. Hammocks were not your world. Pallets and benches were. Now a bed acknowledges ankles that once belonged to iron and shoulders that once belonged to oars. Sleep arrives like a tide that has learned patience from land. Dreams carry benches without asking them to be hard, and oars move through air without needing water to forgive them. Supper tones down from battle fuel to conversation helper. Bread, olives, cheese, a fish persuaded into kindness with heat. These compose an argument for goodness that does not require applause. Wine cut with water behaves as responsibly as a steward. Someone raises an unimportant complaint about onions. Someone else counter-argues with salt. The house sides with both like a god who enjoys domestic theology. Calendars begin to grow gentle sentences: olive harvest, fence repair, sail mending, a festival when the moon has opinions. Work becomes a list you are happy to wake into. Check wax on jar rims. Teach a boy to feather an or so the air feels respected. Show a girl how to stitch a seam so wind forgives ambition. Shore up the little wall that keeps goats from voting in the garden. Civilization, it turns out, is simply chores done kindly at the right time. Doors close in honest ways at night. Bolts slide softly. Hinges keep the vows you gave them when you oiled them this morning. Lamps burn oil at a rate that would embarrass a bard. You let them, content to measure wealth in light and in the silences between story and snore. Somewhere beyond the cape, another hull writes a thin noise into the dark. The island pulls the noise into its pocket and keeps it for meteorology. Sky takes ownership of stars again, the way librarians reclaim books after a festival. The bear remembers she is required to circle. Orion keeps his belt polite. The Pleiades show up early to practice. Navigation becomes memory's party trick. Names, lines, a hum that aligns the head. Ankles unchained, keep the posture that iron once insisted on. Grace turns out to be habit wearing nicer shoes. Maps might someday argue that Ithaca is north or west or cleverly both. People with pins and hammers will keep the quarreling honest. Historians are still debating why Homer's island point for point refuses to stay still under modern labels, and whether floodplain and uplift shuffled the cards after the poem had already written its rules. The ground under your sandals is uninterested in this quarrel. It is busy teaching a new generation of feet how to be local. Children will ask for one last story before the lamp sighs, and you will give them something small and accurate. How a smear of resin on a thole can make music stop complaining. How a ladle of honey can convince barley to think like supper. How a figure eight around a mast can forbid a man from following music he doesn't need. They will yawn at the right places. That is mastery. Tomorrow promises a trivial errand that pleases you more than a war ever did. Fetch a strip of leather from the tanner. Test a new or collar you've been carving. Show a neighbor how to burp a stubborn jar until it sighs its small bubble of consent. Heroics will find other doors to knock on. This one will let in ordinary weather and send it out again dressed as gratitude. Moonlight rinses the courtyard with a silver that does not brag. Pebbles remember the day as if pebbles were hired scribes. You place your palm on wood that once fit into the fist of a god called sea and feel it greet you the way a good bench greets a tired back. Welcome, no questions. Breath picks the slow meter again, the one that sung you across the map and back. Ankles sleep without iron and dream in curves. Night settles like a warm cloth across a bowl, and even the distant surf learns to whisper. Lantern glass catches a last soft blink, then goes quiet, leaving the room with the kind of darkness that makes furniture honest and thoughts unhurried. Pillows shape themselves around the idea of neck and let it be. Blankets remember the weight your shoulders prefer and keep the rest of the world at a courteous distance. Somewhere, a hinge sighs in contentment, because even the small metals know the day's work is finished. Breathing slows and spreads into the whole chest. That tide-slow rhythm the sea taught you for keeps. Inhale stands on the shore and watches. Exhale walks down to the edge and writes one careful line that the water erases kindly. Feet give up the map and turn into warm commas, pausing between sentences that no longer need to be said. Hands forget looms and handles and simply agree to be hands. Quiet, present, unbusy. Outside, olive leaves rehearse the softest applause. A hush of a crowd that has come only to wish you well. Stars arrange themselves with unusual respect for your particular ceiling, as if navigation could be postponed until morning without anyone getting lost. Even the old iron of memory, the ankle loops and the bench, the chain that was punctuation, not prison, melts into a gentle curve you can rest inside without thinking. Home is a verb now, not a place. A steadying, a loosening, a dimming that keeps promises. If thoughts come, let them arrive as small boats with lanterns, seen from a high porch. Watch them go by. Some carry names. Wave without counting them. Some carry nothing at all. Bless them for their emptiness. The night will keep the channel clear. The house, the island, the sea, the story, they have you. Eyes learn the slow blink that means the dream gate is opening. Jaw softens. Shoulders answer. Spine agrees. Sleep takes your oars and feathers them with care, laying them alongside a hull that doesn't need to move until morning. The tide turns somewhere you do not have to supervise. The watch is set without you. The last thing to fall quiet is a smile, because endings done properly are really long, kind pauses. Good. Rest. The wake will still be there when daylight remembers your name.